ready for some football. I don't know about you. Who else could it be but your man Louie? Yeah.
The LouieTeeNetwork is powered by MusicHead University. MusicHeads, classes in session. Turn me up. Enroll on YouTube now. Link is in the description.
Who else could it be but me, your man, Louie T? Welcome to Championship Sunday overtime. Boy, it was one to forget as the Commanders take a shellacking at the hands of the Philadelphia Eagles. I stopped counting. I know they scored 55. I don't even remember how many points we had. I'm going to be honest with you. I stopped counting after a while. What was the score? Did we make it to 23? I think it was 55 to 23, I think. Yeah. That was ugly. But as you can see, I don't have on all black. I'm not dressed in all black like the Omen because this isn't gloom and doom. This isn't a dark day. It's disappointing. That's not the outcome we were looking for and not the one that we expected. I definitely knew we could lose this game. I did not think we were going to get our brains bashed in and play one of our worst games of the season. And you got to give the Eagles credit. They force turnovers. They hunt the football. I talked about that when they beat the Rams. I said they actively hunt the football. We have to do a better job of securing the ball, and we just didn't today. And, you know, the thing that was the most frustrating today, was the Eagles played well enough to beat us by themselves without our help. But the thing that is the most frustrating about tonight's outcome is that we beat ourselves. We never gave ourselves a chance. I can deal with the Eagles putting foot to ass, belt to ass, and us just not being good enough because the Eagles are the better team. The Eagles have the better roster. This was known. Like, a lot of people are going to be upset at the defense. I'm not. We knew who the defense was going into the game. We knew that. We knew what the defense was. So I can't get upset when you show me who you are. I know who you are. I can't ask you to be someone who you are. We know what this defense is. So to ask them to get us out of jams, to turn the ball over in our own territory multiple times and expect the defense to just rise up and get stops, you're asking for trouble, right? You're asking for an ass whooping. Here's the thing that's probably the most disappointing about today's performance was we never gave ourselves a shot. We never gave ourselves a chance. And that's the part that I'll have a tough time, sleeping with, is that I said, the team that makes the least amount of mistakes is going to be the team that wins the game. And I didn't expect Philadelphia to make a bunch of mistakes, but I didn't expect us to make any. That was how we got to this point. We didn't turn it over. We didn't beat ourselves up with poor penalties. We didn't make the dumb mistakes that we made today. We looked our age today. For the first time in 2 months, we looked our age. And you know what's the hardest part for me to stomach is it didn't come from our rookie 24-year-old quarterback. It wasn't him who looked his age. It was everybody else around him. And that's the part that's just hard for me to wrap my brain around, is that the guy that's supposed to be the rookie, the guy that's supposed to be the one that you have to somehow take care of and not put him in tough situations, our offensive coordinator, who I absolutely love, and I'm glad he's going to be back. And I thought he actually called a really good game. But I thought one of the things we needed to do was establish the run. The first 8 plays of the game were passes. The first 8 plays of the game were passes. You told us from the word go, this is a 5 game. And it didn't have to be a 5 game. You made it a 5 game with how you came out. I saw Chris Paul in the game. He might as well have started the game. He didn't start it, but Chris Paul played a bunch of snaps. When we look at the snaps tomorrow, I bet you Chris Paul played over 70% of the offensive snaps, maybe even 80. And that's the guy that you want pass protecting. And not that he had a horrible day. It's the same shit. And I actually shout out to everybody that came out to watch party. I had technical difficulties there. It didn't, the stream ended up cutting out and all that bullshit. But everybody that was there was awesome. They were great. And they made a tough day enjoyable. Touchdown. Nope. So I want to say this. I asked everybody, what's the biggest need that we have? And everybody was all over the place. Corner, running back, defensive end. And to me, it's offensive line. Like, I never wavered. I want to tackle. Brandon Coleman is not a starting left tackle in this league. Sorry, not sorry. He's a guard. And I'm not getting off of that spot because he was solid here or solid there. There was too much pressure on Jaden Daniels today. And we already knew there was going to be interior pressure. Man, Tyler Biadasz was fighting his guts out today, man. He was banged up. He's been banged up, and he's been fighting his ass off. And then Jalen Carter digging him in his eyes, slapping him in his face, doing all kinds of bullshit, and they're not calling it, right? And so he didn't even finish the game. But the bottom line is we got to do a better job. It starts with the protection up front because we know when Jaden's protected, there ain't many quarterbacks in the league better than him. And the fact that they didn't blitz a lot today, yet they got so much pressure on him is a testament to their line, but more importantly, the lack of offensive line that we have. So to me, the biggest need is tackle. Because you may be able to fix two positions by taking Brandon Coleman, kicking him inside, and then getting a tackle. I mean, look, Andrew Wiley isn't the best. I don't think he really hurt us today. I got to go back and watch, but a lot of the pressure came from up the middle and off that left side like it always does. That left side has been leaky all year long when Cornelius Lucas hasn't been over there. But that's just me, right? But I thought Jaden gave us a shot, man. It's a shame. He was done a disservice today. I watched this kid go out there and battle his ass off. And it's really unfortunate that he met the outcome that he did. Because his teammates let him down. 3 fumbles. He had a late interception when the shit was over. And I can't wait until that 50-50 ball that he threw up there to Terry, who got off the ground like my grandma on that play. Love Terry to death. Had a great catch and run. I don't know how in the world we didn't get him more opportunities in this game. That's one of those baffling things to me. But ultimately, I can't wait till that 50-50 ball is T. Higgins at 6'4" and not Terry McLaurin at 6 feet. That's going to be coming to a TV near you soon. They're going to build around him. They're going to put a roster that is capable of competing against the likes of the Philadelphia Eagles and other teams that have excellent rosters around the league. He already gives us a chance, and he gave us a chance today. And unfortunately, De'Ami Brown, Austin Eckler, and Jeremy McNichols decided, nah, don't want a chance today. Don't want a chance today. Every time we tried to mount a comeback, every time we tried to gain some momentum, somebody did something stupid, like Mike Sainristil hitting Saquon Barkley out of bounds after the defense just got to stop. And I'm not going to sit here and allow you to slander the defense. Here's why. You knew what the defense was before we showed up. You knew we were going to give it up on the ground, right? Do you need to give up a 60-yard Saquon Barkley run on the first carry when you got 3 opportunities to tackle him? No, you don't. But that's who we are. Right? What's frustrating is the defense got stops. multiple times in this game when we needed them to give us a chance. And every single time we either gave it right back to them or we didn't take advantage of it. Case in point, we go down. Jaden does a fantastic job of getting us into field goal range before they have to get us a field goal. The score should have been 23-15, not 27, but Mike Samer still decided he wanted to hit Saquon Barkley 2 yards out of bounds. And then has the nerve to complain about it. Are you effing kidding me? That's a penalty, bro. You got to be smarter than that. And that's some shit we haven't done all year long. We have never been the team that loses its composure. We have never been the team that is getting into fights with people. And how is that not a double flag, by the way? Like, did he initiate that? No. They pushed each other back and forth. He knocked his head, and we get the flag? It actually benefited us because they went for 2 and they didn't get it. So no harm, no foul there. Right? And that was the football guy saying, I got it. Don't worry about it. I got it. It should have been double penalties, and they shouldn't be at the 1 yard line. I'll take care of it. And that's why they didn't pick up that tush push. Right? But it was watching us make those types of mistakes over and over and over again in this game that was so gut-wrenching, because that's not who we've been all season long. That's not who we've been. And to play that type of game in the biggest game of the season was so disappointing on so many levels. Of the 3 fumbles, the most hurtful probably was the De'Ami Brown fumble at the beginning. I mean, all of them hurt. The Eckler one hurt to me the most in the moment because De'Ami's was early. It was only 7-3. But it hurt because that one hurt a lot because we were moving the ball again. They hadn't stopped us. And it was only 7-3. So you had a chance to go down and get them again. And they hadn't stopped us yet. You stopped yourself there. The most hurtful one, it was the Eckler fumble, because that was your opportunity to cut it to a 1-score game. And we were on the move again. And you could see they couldn't stop Jaden. They couldn't. And that fumble was just a gut punch, because you fought and you scratched and you clawed to get yourself back within. I think we were within 11 at that fumble. I think it was 34-23 at that fumble. And if you just get into field goal range, I just wanted the Eagles to feel pressure, because I felt like they would crack. And everybody knows you can't let 5 get it with a chance. They knew it. You knew it. I knew it. Everyone knew it. And that possession, we were moving it and we were going to get in the end zone, I believe. We had just scored a touchdown on the possession before. The defense got a big stop. We had momentum. That one was a gut punch. And you know, as bad as the McNichols fumble was, because me and my dad talk about it all the time, you see more guys on kickoffs fumble when they run into their teammates, because you're not expecting to run into your teammate. So you're not protecting the ball the way that you would when you're bracing for contact. You don't expect to run up the back of your teammate. So when your teammate gets blocked into you, or you just run into him at full speed, you're kind of caught off guard, and that ball usually comes out. And we couldn't recover any fumbles today. None. Even the one that we recovered, they didn't give it to us. Like, we couldn't catch a break. I thought the officiating was tough. It was rough on us. But, you know, I'm not an officiating blamer. You know, that's not what we gave up. 55 points, man. Like, it's not why we lost the game. Okay. Did Frankie Louvu get held on a critical 4th down play that was a huge play and a turning point in the game. That's a great throw by Jalen Hurts. Hell yeah, he got held. How is that not holding? But they didn't call it. You got to play ball, right? It was one of those days. We didn't get the benefit of the whistle. They did. But that's not why we lost the game. We lost the game because we chose the wrong spot to look our age. 4 turnovers. Jaden had an interception late. 4 turnovers, but 3 when it mattered. His was insignificant. Our brains were already all over the pavement at that point. 4 turnovers, 3 when it mattered, and just a slew of back-breaking penalties. A bunch of them on 3rd downs, right? Jeremy Chin with one on Dallas Goedert. I thought the most hideous of them all was the call on Marshawn Lattimore in the end zone, which would have forced a field goal on the pass interference when Devontae Smith just dropped the football. Don't bail him out with a flag. You can't pick and choose when you're going to let guys be physical. That's the thing that always bothers me is, look, if you're going to let them play, don't play. If you're not, then don't. But you can't pick and choose when you're going to allow them to be physical and grab and I just. Oh, man, he had a chance. He had a shot. Damn. And if the Chiefs win this game, the Eagles are winning the Super Bowl. The Eagles are winning the Super Bowl. It feels very reminiscent of 2017 because everybody who wanted a lot of people were rooting for the Eagles to win because they were tired of seeing New England win. It's going to be the same thing with the Kansas City Chiefs. You're going to be tired of seeing Kansas City win, and you're going to have people who hate Philadelphia but are rooting for them to win because they don't want to see Kansas City win. It's the same narrative. I think the Eagles are going to beat them. I really thought Buffalo had a shot here, and they needed to be the team because they're going to be hungrier. But these Chiefs just know how to win. And now Buffalo is going to have to use all their timeouts. 1 first down, and this game is over. What a game, though. This was what our game was supposed to be. Back and forth, down to the wire. Not that bullshit we put out there. Just really disappointed in the finish. Like, again, I'm okay with losing. Like, we had a hell of a season, which is why I'm not dressed in all black like the Omen. We're going to celebrate tonight. But it's hard to celebrate tonight knowing that you put that product out there. That's the most disappointing part for me is we didn't give ourselves a chance, man. And that's not indicative of who we've been. And that's the part that when I lay my head down tonight, that's the ball game. That's the ball game. When I lay my head down to sleep tonight and I start playing the game back in my head, that's the shit that's going to bother me is we didn't give ourselves a chance. And for whatever reason, when we played Philadelphia, we just act like we don't know how to take care of the football. Multiple turnovers in every single game we played against Philadelphia this year. I don't remember if the first one we had multiple turnovers in it. I feel like we did. Feel like we turned it over like twice in that game. But obviously 5 the last time and 4 tonight, like, God, man. Hell of a season, though. It's just hard to celebrate the season when you go out like that. But I'm proud of this team. Zach Ertz, hey, you get an invite back next year, bro. Like, hell of a performance. I felt like there were 2 guys that showed up ready to play on each side of the football. 3 guys, excuse me. 2 on the offense, 1 on the defense. Everybody else just mailed it in, it felt like. And that was Jaden Daniels and Zach Ertz on offense and Frankie Louvu on defense. Everybody else felt like they just came and showed up and said, I'm here. And that was it. Just so disappointed in the effort that we put forth in this game. And then, you know, one of the things that I've talked about and the thing that I held my hat on, and I kept saying this in the live stream, was, hey, Dan Quinn coach teams don't quit. This isn't going to get out of hand because they're not going to go away. And every single time we tried to mount a comeback or at least put it, wow. Wow. Every time we tried to get the game back to a level of respectability, we did something dumb. One possession, I asked the defense, I told everybody at halftime because the watch party was down at halftime. And rightfully so, with all the mistakes, 2 turnovers already, 2 fumbles, including the one that was debilitating before the half, because in my mind, I'm saying we got 2 timeouts, 1:45 left. You know JD5's finna take us down the field and we getting some points, whether it's a touchdown or a field goal, I can't tell you, but we getting something. Like, they're not going to the halftime lead with the break with this lead that they got right now. Right. And I don't even remember what the score was at that time. I think it was 17 to something, right? Because they ended up scoring a touchdown. I think it was 20. It was 20 to 10, or maybe I think it was 20 to 10, maybe. And so I think it was 20 to 10. I don't remember what the score was. It wasn't 10. It was 12. We had 12. We had 12. And so we went for 2 and we didn't get it. So it was 20 to 12 at that time. It was an 8-point game. Because I remember the Eagles went for 2 because of the Marshawn Lattimore penalty. And they didn't get it. And I was like, oh, bet. That worked out in our favor. Because it was going to be a 9-point lead. Because I didn't think we should have chased points that early in the game. I thought we should have just gone for 1 and made it 14-13. We could have tried to make up that 2 points at a later juncture in the game. But, you know, DQ was just being aggressive. Game over. The Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl again. Josh Allen is going home again. It's the equivalent. Patrick Mahomes is Jordan and the Bulls, and Josh Allen is the Utah Jazz or the Knicks. It's the Knicks. That's the better comp because they're in the same conference. They're the Knicks. They just can't get past Mahomes. Well, it looks like the Eagles are winning the Super Bowl. God damn it. That sucks ass. Anyway. And then McNichols fumbles. And I had people at the watch party asking, why is McNichols back there? I'm like, he's been back there since Eckler got hurt. He just never catches the kick because it's never kicked to his side. And this time they kind of squibbed it in the landing zone, so it bounced to his side. So he picked it up, and geez Louise. I mean, first of all, we just need more athleticism back there. Like, Luke was asked today. He muffed the first one. The second one, he was running, you know, with that tight hip shit that he does, and then stopped his feet and didn't even make it to the 25. And then the next one after that, he didn't make it to the 30 again. And I'm just like, yo, Luke, if you can't get to the 30, bro, don't bring it out. Right. Then McNichols fumbles, and that's when they took him off and put Eck back there. I'm like, Eck ass already fumbled too. It's too late now to put Eck back there. You were scared he was going to get hurt again, so you took him from back there where he's an all-pro, right? Second team all-pro as a kick returner. You don't want to put him back there because he got hurt already. And I just hated the whole notion of, oh, we're not going to run the ball today. I hated that. We're not going to run the ball today. They didn't even try. Coming out and having 8 straight passes to begin the game was a sign of things to come, and I didn't like it because I thought we could establish a run against this Eagles defense. And we didn't even try to get creative with the run. No, the Eagles were going tight end jet sweeps and shit like that, and we didn't have a single run to a. Instead, we want to throw 80 bubble screens that they were blowing up left and right. It just almost like when we see Philadelphia, it's almost like we revert to our most basic form. All of the cute shit that you see from us, all of the diversity, it goes away for whatever reason. I can't explain it. This wasn't one of Cliff's best games, although I loved some of his play calls. The screen that Diami fumbled on, that was an excellent play call. And it should have gotten more yards. And then Diami doing too much doesn't secure the ball and fumbles. That was a really good play call. Ertz was magnificent today. They had no answers for him. And then defensively, I thought Joe Witt Jr. wet the bed. I love that he came after him. It took him too long to do it, though. And just play man, bro. Against the Eagles with Jalen Hurts, I don't want him back there staring at zone coverage and letting guys run to open space so he can throw to wide open receivers. Make him fit the ball in the tight windows. Make him hold on to it. You already know he's risk adverse. He doesn't want to make a mistake. He doesn't want to throw an interception. So if it's not wide open, he's not going to throw it. So play man coverage, blitz him, and let's just see what he does. Make him run. If he has to run, let him run. It took us too long to get aggressive on him. When we did, we got pressure. A lot of times, he either had to throw the ball away or he got sacked. But we sat in that stupid-ass zone, and Dallas got it running wide open, or A.J. Brown. How many times did A.J. Brown take one step, turn around, and catch the ball with Mike Samer still 7 yards off? Then we couldn't tackle for shit today. It was one of the we reverted back to weeks 1 through 3 tackling in this game. I mean, the first play to Saquon is all you need to know if you want to ask about the tackling today. My goodness. We picked the worst game of the season to revert back to a lot of our bad habits that got us beat this year. The penalties were a problem today, even though I didn't agree with all of the calls. When we've lost games this season or been in games that were a lot closer than they should have been, like the Bears game, for instance, penalties were our undoing. Well, we reverted back to that today. Tons of penalties. Ill-timed penalties. Turnovers. When we're at our worst, we turn the ball over. Turn the ball over today. We couldn't tackle, and I said, when you play Philadelphia, you have to tackle because Hurts gets so many yards by throwing the ball underneath and guys making yards after the catch. And what did we do? Miss tackle after tackle after tackle after. Saquon didn't even have the type of, first of all, I don't even know why they didn't run it 50 million times with him. I've talked about this to you guys all year long about the perimeter. Our perimeter has to be the worst in football. You can run the ball outside against us because we don't do a good job of setting a physical edge and we do not crack replace. And I love Bobby Wagner, but he's not fast enough to get out there. Those plays to the edge are when you see linebackers' speed shine the most because they're usually the unblocked guy. And if your linebacker can't get out there because the corner is going to be blocked, that end is going to be blocked because that's who's cracking, right? They're cracking down on that end. That receiver comes in motion, that tight end comes down. They're going to crack that defensive end. And then the tackle or the guard is going to pull. That linebacker has to be responsible for spilling that run back inside or making the play himself. And this is why I said we needed Jordan McGee to be healthy. And it showed in this game because he was fast enough and aggressive enough to start making plays on those type of, opportunities. And on the first run, Wagner crashes into Dante Fowler Jr. Can't get out there. And now all of a sudden, Saquon's on the edge. And now we look like the goddamn Three Stooges, right? Spinning, twisting, falling. Just, it's one of those days. But with all that said, I know this stings and it hurts and it sucks. But we do have to acknowledge what this season was, man. This was a hell of a ride. A hell of a ride. And the reason I didn't allow Eagles fans to come in here, because it's not going to affect me. I'm talking to y'all. I don't see the comment section. Y'all would be dealing with that. I don't want y'all dealing with that shit. This is our time. Our time to reflect on the season that was, our time to mourn this loss, mourn a season that could have been so much more. This is our time. We got plenty of time for them to troll us and get what's coming to us. You give up 55, you deserve to be trolled. You deserve to have your ass kicked by fans of the Eagles. Yeah, that's coming, and I've already accepted it. I've been already going back and forth with Eagles fans, you know, laughing at their jokes in the comment section of some of the other videos. I'm not hurt. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that we beat ourselves, that was the best effort we could put up in the biggest game of the season. I'm disappointed because you can't take this for granted. There's no guarantee. Josh Allen just got to his second AFC championship game. He's in year 7. He's now 0-4 against Patrick Mahomes. You can't expect to get there every year because shit happens. Cliff Kingsbury ain't going to be here but for a couple of years. Like, you can't assume, oh, well, yeah, Jaden will be back. You can't assume that the next coordinator is going to be excellent. The Lions, I'm pretty sure they thought they was getting back to the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl this year, and we said, nah, y'all not. You can't take this shit for granted. So we were here, and there was an opportunity in front of us, and we didn't seize it, and that's disappointing. But for as disappointing of a game as that was, and as sick of a feeling as I have about the season coming to an end, and that was a hell of a ride, I'm so proud of this team. I'm so proud of this organization. I'm so proud of what they've established. The foundation has been set. Now you just got to add. And we know we got the right guys in place to add to that. We know Adam Peters is going to do work in the offseason. Looks like we're going to retain Lance Newmark. Great. Another year, Lance Newmark coupled with Adam Peters. And I know we're going to kill it in free agency. And I know we're going to murder the draft. I may not love Brandon Coleman as a starting tackle, but I think he could be a good guard in this league. He was a third-round pick. It's not like we spent the first-round pick on him, and now we're looking to move him to guard. He's a third-round pick. Luke McCaffrey was not what you wanted him to be this year. That doesn't mean he won't be a good player for us. Rookie receivers are usually tough to make it's tough for a rookie receiver to make the adjustment in the NFL, unless you're elite. And Luke McCaffrey's not that. And keep in mind, Luke's only been playing the receiver position for 2 years. So I think he's going to end up being really solid for us. I think Jordan McGee's going to be really good when it's all said and done. I hope a full, healthy offseason for Johnny Newton does wonders for him, because I'll be honest, I didn't see enough from him this year to feel like he validated being a second-round pick. So I need this. I'm just hoping he never got that full offseason. Next year will be much better, and we'll see the real Johnny Newton next year, because there were other defensive tackles that I liked more than him. Like, I liked the Florida State defensive tackle, Braden Fisk, better than I liked Johnny Newton. I liked the Texas defensive tackle, and I like Braden Fisk better than Johnny Newton in this draft. Braden Fisk had like 5.5, 6 sacks this year, and was playing well in that NFC divisional round game against Philadelphia before he got hurt. I think he had a sack in that game. Johnny got to step up. He's the one guy that we took in the first 2 days of the draft that I'm looking at and I'm saying, hey, right now I'm not feeling like I'm getting a return on investment. Because I wasn't looking for Luke to come in and do anything in year 1. I'm expecting things from Luke next year, year 2. Johnny, I was expecting something right away, year 1, right now. But you got to be proud of what this team was able to accomplish. knowing the holes that we had on the roster, knowing the deficiencies that we carried, the staff did a phenomenal job of overcoming those deficiencies and putting us in the best positions to win on a weekly basis. And then, you know, one of the things we said going into the year was, man, if we could just figure out if we got a quarterback or not, that's the most important thing. Well, boy, did we ever. Not only did we find our quarterback, we got one of them ones. And so the future's bright. The future's bright. But this one stings. I wish I could tell you differently, but this one stings. This one stings. 55 though? Like 55? A 55 piece? How embarrassing is that? $55. Wow. We couldn't even stop Shipley when he came in the game. By then they had quit though. And that was another disappointing thing because, you know, I didn't think we were out-coached in this game. I thought the two advantages we had going into the game were coaching and quarterback. And I left the game feeling the exact same way. Nothing changed in that regard. I thought that the Eagles made mistakes by not running Saquon more. Like he was killing us, just like Jahmyr Gibbs did the week before. The same thing that I said about the Lions the week. I don't know why they stopped giving it to Jahmyr Gibbs. Saquon had 118. If you would have told me before the game started that Saquon Barkley was going to have 118 yards, I didn't even give a shit if it came with 3 touchdowns like it did. If you would have told me Saquon Barkley was going to have 118 yards, I would have said, sign me up. 3 touchdowns? Sign me up. Because that could have meant Jalen Hurts didn't have any touchdowns passing. Nobody else had any touchdowns. And all they scored was 3 touchdowns. 118 yards, sign me up. He averaged 7.6 yards a carry. And I would have taken that gladly if you would have told me all he was going to have was 15 carries for 118 yards. I would have signed up for that in a jiffy. The problem was every critical third down, we couldn't get a stop. What were the Eagles? Where's my phone? You know where my phone is? Yeah. You know where my phone is? Mm-hmm. Oh, it's right here. Can you get the thing and bring it to me, please? Sorry. Thank you. Just put it right here so we don't have to get up anymore. I appreciate you. Let's take a look. See now. All right. 55-23. My goodness, today. Golly. That is just shameful. 5 of 10 the Eagles were on third downs. Thank you so much. 5 of 10 on third downs. We weren't as bad on third downs as I thought. We were 7 of 17. We were 4 of 6 on fourth down. We were actually 4 of 4 on one point. And you want a silver lining? We set the NFL record for most fourth down conversions in a single season with 30. Hey, how about that? We barely lost time of possession. We had 9 penalties, and obviously, like 5 of them came on that weird second down sequence where they threatened to give the Eagles a touchdown. I've never heard of such blasphemy before in my life. Listen to this. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Check this out. The Eagles were 7 for 7 in the red zone. Let me say that again. Let me clean my ears out and make sure I was hearing that right. The Eagles were 7 for 7 in the red zone. How are you supposed to win a game when a team gets 7 opportunities first and foremost in the red zone, and they don't have to settle for a field goal once. Now, Mike Sainristil is directly responsible for one. The official is directly responsible for another, because that drop by Devontae Smith should not have been awarded a pass interference flag. And the Saquon Barkley 3rd and 10, 4-yard catch, he's out of bounds, and Mike Sainristil decides to blast him for no reason. It was the absolute right call. Should have been another field goal. And it's a totally different game if those two things aren't done, right? How about you don't fumble 3 times, though? How about you don't fumble the kickoff, giving them the ball directly, in damn near in the red zone, right? How about you don't do that? Jesus Christ. What's crazy is just looking at it, and I knew this watching it live, but we didn't, like, you look at the numbers in this game, we didn't play poorly. Like, I'm just thinking about the game, and I'm playing it back in my mind, and I'm just saying, the fumbles were so critical when it's like they spread those fumbles out in critical junctures of the game that just were backbreaking. The first one, you're building momentum. It's 7-3. Now it's 14. And again, we didn't win a single toss the entire postseason. Here I am thinking that we won the toss against Tampa. We didn't win the toss. Found out later on that we didn't win the toss. Here I am thinking that we won the toss against Detroit. No, we didn't win the toss. Detroit took the football. We learned that in the turning point, right? That they won the toss and they decided to receive. Well, I said, we better win the toss today because the Eagles aren't going to take the football first. They're going to defer. Well, we didn't win the toss again. Damn it. What are we doing? Why can't we win the coin toss? And that first drive was masterful. It set a tone like, y'all can't stop us. Even though it only resulted in a field goal. And yeah, we had to work hard. We worked hard for that field goal. What is it, like 18-play drive? Ate up almost half the first quarter, but you came away with points. And then to give up a touchdown on the first play after that? First of all, to give up a 40-yard kick return is the first thing. To get the ball out to the 40, that's a no-no. We did so much shit today that we don't do. We don't give up returns like that. Then a 60-yarder rate on the first play. You couldn't even enjoy the beauty that was that 18-play drive to eat up 7 minutes of the first quarter clock. But you know what the silver lining in that was? The Eagles defense was on the field for that long-ass drive, and they were right back out on the field. And we were moving it again, and Diami fumbles the goddamn football. And even after that bullshit from Diami, you know what we did? We got a field goal, and then Frankie got the sack that knocked them back on the field goal attempt. And I told everybody in the watch party, he's going to miss. Jake Elliott hasn't made a kick over 50 yards all season. His longest kick this year is 50 damn yards. He's going to miss. Every kick past 50, he's missed. And what did he do? He missed. We got great field position, and we went down the field, and we scored a mother effing touchdown. We went for 2 to tie the game up, and we shouldn't have. We should have kicked the extra point, but that's nor here nor there. But it was 14-12, and we were right there. And just when you thought it was safe, Eagles go down. They scored a touchdown. Bullshit-ass pass interference penalty that they flagged Marshawn Lattimore for. Should have been an incomplete pass. Should have been a field goal attempt. It would have been 17-12. Instead, they get that bullshit-ass pass interference penalty. And then they go for 2. And they don't get it, but it's 20-12, and you're like, shit, they still ain't stopped us for real. What a fake, what gets lost? And when you get your ass whooped 55-23, all the good shit gets lost. How about the fake punt by Tress Way? First of all, ballsy call by DQ and Larry Izzo. And then what a throw by Tress. Ben Sinnott in the house, man. Put some respect on that man's name. God, that was a great throw. God, that was a great throw. And then you go down and you get points. And this thing is 20-12. And you're like, hey, 2 timeouts, minute 45. We finna do some damage. Even if this is a field goal before the half, 20-15 at the half, I'll take it. We right here where we need to be. And yeah, the Eagles get the ball back, but to start the second half, but we right there. And then so I told you, it's like they spread the fumbles out. Equal distribution. Just when you thought you was doing some shit, every time, take a fumble. Sit your ass down and be humble. Diami 7-3. We scratch, we claw our way back. Now it's 2012. Boom. You're getting the ball back with 2 timeouts in a minute 45. You know we finna get some points. The question ain't, are we scoring? Is it going to be 3 or is it going to be, 7? And we don't even get a shot. And then the defense gets a stop, and Mike Sanders still decides, nah, we ain't getting a stop. I'm going to hit Saquon Barkley 15 yards out of bounds. And then got the nerve, the audacity to stand up and act like he ain't do nothing. Bro, what alternate universe are you on? That is definitely unnecessary, roughness, unsportsmanlike conduct, late hit out of bounds. What alternate universe are you living on? And that's uncharacteristic for Mikey. He don't do stupid shit like that. Mikey's a winner. That was a loser play. Because then it would have been 23-12. And then JD with no timeouts and 36 seconds left. This man gets us in the field goal and actually had a shot at the end zone. But the Eagles is like, nah, you can have your little 10-yard gain here. You ain't getting in the end zone. And got the little throw to Zach Ertz. He got out of bounds and he ran over the defender and then walked out of bounds. And I'm like, yo, this man really got us down the field in less than 30 seconds. Because we still had 6 seconds left when we kicked the field goal. This man got us down the field in less than 30 seconds to get a field goal. Like they really can't stop us. But we got to stop stopping ourselves. That should have been 23-15 at half. Instead, it was 27-15. And I told everybody at the watch party at halftime, I said, we need a stop to start the second half. I said, the comeback starts with a stop. And what did the defense do? Get a stop. Dorrance Armstrong sack. And we got off the field. And what we do? We give up a goddamn sack. And we go 3 and out. And that's the shit I'm talking about. Like, yeah, the defense is ass. We knew that coming in, though. We're not going to act like we didn't give up 500 yards of offense last week. Like the Lions ain't still scored 31 points. Let's not act like this defense is something that it's not. We know what this defense is. So when they get a stop, you got to do something with it. They don't force turnovers. So you don't look for those. Last week was an aberration. Don't look for no turnovers. They get a stop. You got to do something with that stop, bro. You got to do something with that. Because you ain't getting but so many of those in the game. And to go 3 and out, after the defense worked so hard to produce a 3 and out, and you go 3 and out yourself, you ain't trying to win. You ain't trying to win. And of course, what they do in the next position, give up a touchdown. Because they just gave you a chance and you ain't do shit with it. But even after that, 34-15, we down 19. I told everybody it's not done. This team's gonna fight. Because that's what we do. And we go right down the field and JD cuts it back twice and he scores and he does his little dance and shit. Yeah. Go for 2. We get the 2-point conversion. Yeah, we back in this bitch. And I said, defense, I don't like asking you for much. Because I know we got a relationship. Me and the defense got a relationship. We talk. And I say, look, I'm never going to put you in a position where I need you for something at the end of a game. Because I know that ain't what you do, right? Never going to put you in that position. I'm not going to put you in a position where I'm going to be disappointed because you didn't do something I asked you to do. But this right here, you can do this for me. I asked you for a stop at the end of at the beginning of the second half. You got me what I asked for. I said, hey, defense, I'm not going to ask you too many more times for stops. I don't even ask you for turnovers no more. I stopped asking for those weeks ago. Any turnover is a pleasant surprise. I don't even put that on the damn keys to victory no more. Hey, you ain't heard me say ball is life in 3 weeks. I stopped asking for turnovers weeks ago. I said, but I need one here. And what did they do? Frankie Louvu on a third down, knives in the back. The only dude that showed up that wanted to play some effing defense today. Knives in the backfield, almost tackles Saquon and Hurts at the same goddamn time. Punt the goddamn football. They tried to down the bitch inside the 5, and I'm like, oh, shit. But luckily, he stepped on the line and he touched the ball. Now we get it at the 20. We can breathe, and JD goes to work. He's being surgical. We just scored on the last possession, just like the last time when we had just scored on the last possession. And then we had a turnover with Jeremy McNichols, and we never got to see it, right? Here we go. JD's moving it. We out to damn near midfield, and then Eckler, and it wasn't a great throw from JD5, but he was under duress like he was all goddamn day. So he doesn't get to set his feet, and he flings it over there, and I wish he would have just stayed his monkey ass down. But instead, he got up, and you know what? I've seen guys get up, make 2 dudes miss, like DeAndre Swift did to us. Remember when we played Detroit a few years ago? And DeAndre Swift went on the ground, got up, made 2 dudes miss, cut the bitch back twice, scored a touchdown. I know Eckler won't doing that shit, but to fumble? That was the one. That we were down 11, on the move. We were gonna score. They were on their heels. You score there, I'm telling you, it's a different game. They start to feel the pressure. They get tight. That fumble was the beginning of the end. We were never the same after that fumble. We never scored again. We waved the white flag after that. Of course, they got that fumble. We scored a touchdown. They went up 40-1. That was it. Our back was broken at that point. We were done. And everybody at the watch party, we knew it was over then. We knew it was over. And so did the team, obviously. And then, you know, add injury to insult. He throws up a deep ball to Terry. Terry gets 2 inches off the ground. Had a chance to make JD5 right on the carom. Couldn't make a play. Couldn't. I thought he caught it at first, right? When he rolled over, I was expecting Kevin Burkhardt to say, touchdown Washington. And this game's not over. Interception, and then he does the little corny shit where I think it's so corny when you, like, remember I was fussing at us when we did the Kirk Cousins chain shit a couple of years ago? I think that's corny. When you take somebody else's shit or you mock somebody, like, you don't have no swag, so you try to swag jack somebody else. Oh, I'm gonna make fun of him for his celebration. That's whack to me. Only cornballs do that shit. Right? I used to hate when people would, Cam Newton would always do the Superman. So if they got him, they would, cover. I'm gonna button up the Superman. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. And he did the shit all corny, like, and then ran all like, man, ooh, spooky. Go sit your bitch ass down, man. I fucking hate the Eagles, man. I hate the Eagles, bro. God, I hate the Eagles. I think I hate them more than the Cowboys now. I really think I hate them more than I hate the Cowboys. Because the Cowboys just sad. They just sad. I think I really hate the Eagles more than I hate the Cowboys now. Anyway, I digress. Enough of me bitching. Let's get to the comment section. Before we do that, though, let's go inside the odds, brought to you by BetUS.
Inside the odds. Looking for a new book this season? BetUS has you covered.
Fastest payouts in the industry. Get up to 10% back on your net losses twice a year as long as you've been active within the last 6 months. And here's the kicker for new users. Head over to betus.com. Use the promo code YouTube150 to get you a 150% sign-up bonus on your first deposit up to $2,000 and 125% sign-up bonus on your next 2 deposits up to $2,000 when you use the promo code YouTube150. And also, BetUS has a casino. So check that out as well. In any event, the number was 5. Now, I think it actually got up to 6, as high as 6 before kickoff. But the Eagles hit the total by themselves without any help from us. They scored 55, like 55, a 50-piece. Let that shit sink in. I've never tasted a 50 burger before, let alone in the championship game. I bet that shit was delicious. God, I know that was delicious. I went to this watch party starving. I didn't eat anything. Stomach was touching my back because I thought we were feasting on bird today. I'm not bullshitting you. I didn't eat anything. I called my wife after the game was over and I said, I'm starving. I need you to DoorDash some food to the house so when I get home, I can eat. I didn't have a single bite to eat because I thought we were feasting on bird today. But it was them who left with shit all over their face, grease all down their forearm. It was them who had the delicious taste of a 50 burger. What an embarrassment that was. There's always next year, right? Yeah, I guess. All right. Let me ask y'all something in the comment section. Y'all tell me. Do I need to up the subscriber number to more than 6 months? Are there Eagles fans in here bothering you? Because I could take care of that very quickly. Because most of them haven't been rocking with me for long enough to be able to come in here. If you've been rocking with me long enough, then you have the right to come in here and talk your shit. Most of these mouth breathers haven't been subbed to this channel long enough to be able to come in here and talk shit today. So if y'all need me to take care of the problem, I can take care of the problem. Y'all let me know. Because I can do it. I don't give a shit what you want to call it. It ain't about you. It's about them. I'm not the one in the comment section having to deal with y'all dumbass. I'm talking to them. If they decide they don't feel like dealing with y'all today, I can take care of that. Soft my ass. I can take care of that real quick. If y'all good though, I'll let it ride. If y'all feel like dealing with them, I'll let the shit ride. But if y'all tell me, no, I don't feel like dealing with that shit today, Louie, I'll get rid of them. All right, enough of y'all said it's good. So I'm going to let it ride. I'll let it ride. All right. Let's get to the comment section. See what y'all have to say. Benzo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Benzo writes, turning the chat to 6 month sub is wild. What's wild is me not turning it on for a year and getting rid of a clown like you. That's what's wild. I was being nice. Because again, if you ain't been rocking with me, you don't get to come in here and talk shit when we just did what we just did this year. It'll be plenty of time for y'all to talk shit. If you've been here longer than 6 months, then you've earned the right because you actually subbed to this channel. You earn the right to talk shit. If you just came here just to talk your shit, to spam the chat with a bunch of birds, then you could go kick rocks. Layla Brown, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Later writes, well, Louie, what a season. We will be back. That was a hell of a ride, wasn't it? I was talking to a couple of people at the watch party, and it was like, yo, Louie, I know this ain't the shit we wanted, man. Like, but bro, I ain't never seen this shit before. Like, this is a hell of a year. And I'm like, yeah, in the moment, it's hard for me to acknowledge that because like I'm so competitive. Like, of all of the outcomes that could have come to fruition today, I didn't see an outcome where we got our doors blown off. I just didn't see that. Close loss, you know, a loss where maybe they start to pull away at the end, close victory, a win where we start to pull away. I told people before the game started, I said, man, I actually could see us pull away with this one at the end. I could actually see a scenario where we're up, you know, 27-23. The Eagles got to go for it on the 4th down. They don't get it. We score a touchdown and we win this thing 34-23. I could see a scenario where that happens. But in my wildest dreams or nightmares, I would have never imagined we were giving up 40, let alone 50 in this game. You would have never got me to envision that. That's the part that I'm just like, 50? Wow. I mean, the first half was wild because we had already given up 27 points in the first half. So you were already on your way to 40, but 50? That was wild. What a season, though. It was a season. It was a hell of a season. And again, we got plenty of time to reflect on the season that was. And, you know, what I told myself was, hey, it's going to be a celebration. You didn't hear me say that this week. I didn't say it's going to be a celebration either way. Because in my mind, I didn't even think about losing. That didn't even enter my mind. Last week, going against the #1 seed on the road, hey, we're going to celebrate no matter what. I knew we could beat Philadelphia. Just like I knew we could beat Detroit. Just like I knew we could beat Tampa. And because we did beat Tampa, because we did beat Detroit, I expected to beat Philly. And instead, we beat ourselves. And that's the part that I'm going to struggle with for a long time this offseason is we didn't just let Philadelphia beat us. We beat ourselves. We never put Philadelphia in a position where they had to sweat because we beat ourselves. CJ Shoots photo. Thank you for being a member for 41 months. Salute. Who writes, this was an amazing season. It's only beginning. I agree. I agree. It is the beginning. I was explaining that to a couple of people at the watch party. Shout out to everybody that was at the watch party, man. Oh, by the way, let me, as we go through this, I'm going to be giving some shout outs to people who donated to the watch party. Did you get Sierra? She said she made it home. You got it? Okay. Let me shout out some people real quick. So we're going to do this as we go through here periodically because a number of people supported the watch party, man. I can't thank y'all enough for that. Richie Arrington. Big shout out to Richie, man. Can't thank everyone enough for supporting the watch party. If you couldn't be there, but you still donated to the watch party. Massive shout out to Richie Arrington. Robert Umo, thank you for your generosity. So Richie Arrington and Robert Umo, thank you so much for blessing us and helping with the watch party. And we'll come back and we'll knock down some more names a little bit later on. As we keep going through this thing. Top Flight. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, too much cheddar and Bob, Lou. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Too much. Can't do what we did today and expect to beat elite teams. Can't do it. We play like this against Detroit, we would have got the same 55 hung on our head against the Lions. We forced 5 turnovers and they still scored 31 points. The difference was they couldn't stop us, and we didn't stop ourselves. And I really feel like if we didn't stop ourselves today, we would have had a shot in this game. I don't know if we would have won. The Eagles played really well today. Like, even with the fact that we turned it over, they still were playing well. Like I said, Jalen Hurts, make him beat us. Well, he was in the process of doing that. That 4th down throw on 4th and 5 to A.J. Brown, shit, man. That's what I want. If he's going to make that throw, tip my goddamn cap to him. Hell of a throw, bro. Do that shit again. That's my mentality. Do it again. Do it again. That's my mentality. Make him do it over and over and over again. I felt like if we could have pressured him and made him make those throws over and over again, he was going to make a mistake eventually. Or take sacks. Or throw the ball away. But to not put yourself in a position where those types of situations came up more often because you kept hurting yourself was really disappointing. Whether it was a penalty in the end zone against Devontae Smith, the stupid-ass penalty by Mike Sainristil. I mean, can you hold any more than Saquon Barkley did against Frankie Louvu on that play, on that 4th and 5? Can you hold a man any more than that and get away with it? Yeah, really disappointed. Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, "Hey Lou, what a great season it was, but only one team gets to be happy at the end of this thing. Only one team is going to be truly happy with the way their season ended. It was a great season because just think about where we were a year ago, 12 months ago. Where were we at? We were looking for a GM. We were looking for a coach. We were looking for the franchise quarterback. We didn't know what direction we were going to go in. We had basketball guys. We asked ourselves that, like, Bob Myers, what is he doing consulting, right? They put together that committee. A year later, we're in the NFC Championship game. Yeah, it was a hell of a season. This team has done so many great things this year with so little. The culture has changed and the future is bright. It is. It is. And that needs to be said. And I'm glad you guys are reiterating that because that needs to be said. But again, it's hard for me to focus in on the positive right now, right? It's hard for me to just think about the positives, but they're there, right? Christopher McLaughlin, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Really appreciate you. Stand up. You 10 are the newest members of the MOBB, courtesy of our guy, Christopher McLaughlin. Can't thank you enough for your generosity. As always, truly do appreciate you, Chris, my guy, C Mac. BA, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, O-line, Louie, thank you. The only one paying attention. Look, I can't speak for everybody else. We going to get defensive ends. We going to get corners, running backs, wide receiver, all the other shit that everybody. We got to protect JD5, man. That's the first goddamn thing we got to do. Because the Eagles did not blitz a ton today. I told y'all they weren't going to blitz. I told y'all they weren't going to blitz. They just sat back and they played coverage and they rushed for and they made life hell for him back there. He was never truly comfortable back there. Never truly comfortable back there. He was pressured a ton. He was hurried. He was hit and he was sacked. Batted balls because guys are getting in his face. Collapse in the pocket. He missed some throws because he was off platform and he wasn't able to set his feet. A couple of times when he did complete balls to guys who had to go down and get it, like OZ catch early in the game. OZ has to go down on the ground, catch it, get up, and get the first down, right? Because he couldn't set his feet because there was pressure. We need to fix this O-line. And it's not like a terrible O-line, but Cosme may not be ready to start. Cosme won't be ready to start the season. If I were them, I'm looking at Brandon Coleman going inside. I'm looking at Brandon Coleman going inside to guard. And when Cosme comes back, you put Cosme back at right guard. And then I would consider, this is what I would look to do. I think you need to draft 2 tackles. This is Andrew Wiley's last year of his deal. He signed a 3-year, I think it was $27 million deal. This is next year's year 3. I don't think they're going to cut him. No reason to. He actually didn't play poorly this year. But I would consider drafting 2 tackles. And me and Derek B talk about this all the time. And Derek B is like, you don't want to start no rookie tackle. Fuck that. I will put a rookie tackle in as fast as you can say rookie tackle. I will put his ass in there. I will put his ass in there if he can play. I don't give a shit about youth. If you can get it done, you're out there. They got to figure out something, though, because that shit we watched today wasn't good enough. And we knew there was going to be a little bit of resistance, a little less resistance inside from us because of Cosme's injury. But Coleman was still getting beat like a drum around the edge. He still was getting his ass whooped. And I'm just sick of that shit. I'm sick of it. Barrett Downing. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, BD, writes, hell of a season, Lou. I look forward to the future. As do I. I just wasn't ready to start talking about free agency and the draft. I don't even want to talk about the draft. Like, it was so funny listening to the Giants and Cowboys fans talk about it. I don't want to talk about the draft. I have no desire to talk about the draft. I wanted to talk about winning a Lombardi. I wanted to talk about New Orleans. I wanted to talk about Super Bowl 59. That's what I wanted to talk about. I don't want to talk about no goddamn draft. I don't want to talk about no damn free agency. Well, that's what we got to talk about now. Biggest needs on this team. How do you address them? What does free agency look like? What can't you take care of in free agency? You got all this money. What might be left over heading into the draft. And, these are all the questions that we're going to have now. These are all the questions we're going to have now. Navy Ramjet, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, blessings, Lou. Tough loss because we didn't show our best. I'm proud as hell of these men, though. I know this team will return hungrier. The turnovers hurt the O, but hurt the D more. It did. I don't care what the turnovers did to the offense. Navy Ramjet, you're absolutely spot on. It hurt the defense more because the defense was already fighting a losing battle. And in the few wins, the few victories that they got, we didn't make them stick and we didn't make them count. When Frankie Louvu gets the sack to force the field goal to be further and they miss, we turned around and we scored a touchdown off of that and cut the score to 14-12, right? That's how you reward the defense for getting a stop. Because you don't know how many they're going to get, and they're going to be few and far between. So when they get something, you got to make it count. And we didn't do that tonight. Instead, we made mistakes and we turned it over and we had costly penalties, and yeah, those sting, man. And you can only fight for so long before the dam breaks. And it broke. And boy, did it ever. Boy, did it ever. Rob Yu, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Rob Yu writes, Lou, I had reservations when you said Coleman should be a guard. He fought all season, but he is definitely a guard. Not consistent at left tackle. I didn't want to put that on that young man because it was early, but I could see it. I watched enough football to know. Remember when they drafted Brandon Sheriff, and it took them all of like 3 practices to realize, okay, we drafted a guard at number 5 overall. And that's okay, right? Don't try to force a square peg in a round hole. He is a guard. And they knew that. Go back to Adam Peters' phone call to Brandon Coleman on draft night. Go back to that. I have. You should too. When he called him, he said, I don't know where you're going to play. Guard, tackle, but you're going to make a hell of an offensive lineman for us. They knew when they drafted him, they weren't sure what he was going to be. I'm telling you, after watching this man, he's a guard. And I hope they recognize that as well. He cannot play in space. He needs to play in a phone booth with condensed space so that he can then function at a high level. Putting him out there on an island is not smart. Get us yourself a real tackle. Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I think that was a double up. Double up. Either way, it's a double up now. 93 played like he wants to be here next year. He had that one play where he tackled Saquon in the backfield. I saw him hustling today. Like, he played like a dude that missed a bunch of games and had fresh legs down the stretch. Played his ass off against Detroit. Thought he was solid again tonight. I'd have to watch the tape to see just how good he was. But he made some flash plays, and that's what you look for. Like, he made some splash plays. I saw him diving all over the place. He was busting his ass. I do know that. I do know that. Navy Ramjet, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Navy Ramjet writes, no turnovers, and I strongly feel we win. I can't say that for sure because the Eagles were playing so well, but I can tell you this, the game would have been close, and if it was close, I like us. Can't say strongly that we would have won because the Eagles, they played really well today. Hurts played well. Saquon played well. The defense was playing well. They weren't. I really think we would have continued to score if we don't turn the ball over. The two on offense hurt particularly. Like, I don't know what that drive before halftime was going to be, but we were one of the best before the half teams in the NFL. So I'd like to think we were going to score. And seeing as what we were able to do with no timeouts in 36 seconds, and he was able to put us in the field goal range in that short amount of time, I'd like to think that we would have been able to score some points before the McNichols fumble. But if the McNichols fumble doesn't happen, but the two on offense hurt particularly because we were driving both times. Like, that's the point where you're like, bro, it's not like it was a turnover, on the first play, like the one Diami had, in the second time when we played him in the regular season. We were driving both times. And to fumble like that twice, yikes. Those hurt. Those hurt bad. Mike Leslie, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mike writes, respect to you and the Commanders. I know you probably don't want to hear it from an Eagles fan, but y'all time being a part of the Big Two is now Dallas out. No, Mike. I appreciate it. Like, I'm cool chatting it up with Eagles fans, the sensible ones, even the ones that's trolling me, talking shit. If it's good, wholesome, clean shit that I respect, like somebody said, I got 55 on it. That's hilarious. I had to give him some love for that, right? Somebody said, belt to ass. You damn right. I said it was one of them leather rawhide leather shits that leave the wet marks on you. I was in there chopping it up with the good ones. It's the clown ass dudes that who corny, who were bullied in high school, in middle school, that are clowns. Those are the ones I have no interest in talking to. there's a select few, a small, very small portion of Eagles fans that I can tolerate. Because a lot of Eagles fans, we saw the mayor. We know what the education level is in that part of the country. It's not very high. It's not good. And so it's hard talking to Eagles fans. Right? You can take an Eagles fan out of Philadelphia, but you can't take the Philadelphia out of an Eagles fan. It's rough talking to some of them. But respect to you, Mike, for being one of the few. Treat you like a Marine. The proud, the few. Mike Leslie. It's only a select few of y'all Eagles fans. Christopher McLaughlin. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, C-Mac, thank you for your generosity. Really do appreciate you. Can't begin to express how much I truly do appreciate all that you do for the Louie T Network. I've told you that many a times. I'm going to continue to tell you that because I really, truly do mean that. Hey, Lou. Hope all is well with you and the family. Amazing ride it was. Didn't want it to end. Especially not like this. But, you know, you go, if we lose this game 34 to 26, 34 to 29, again, damn, we were close. I know I've heard people say, man, I'd much rather get blown out than lose close. Not true. Not me, at least. I can't speak for anybody else. Not me. Thank you for creating this forum to allow us to enjoy. And that's kind of what today was supposed to be about, which is why I put the, that's why I put that up in terms of subscriber mode only, because the ones that have been here, the Eagles fans that have been subbed to me long enough, they can talk their shit. They've been here. You have earned the right. You've been on my channel. You've earned the right to talk your shit. The ones that ain't subbed to my channel, the ones that just subbed up a couple of weeks ago just so they could talk shit, nah, you don't earn the right to come in here and talk shit after what happened today. There'll be plenty of time for you to do that. There'll be plenty more videos where you're going to find your way in here and spam the chat. And we got the NFC East Super Friends. It's going to be plenty of opportunities to talk your shit. Tonight ain't the night, though. So I just wanted us to be able to reflect on the season that was. In the future, we won't need to do that, right? Because now we got the whole, wow, I can't believe the ride we just went on. What an amazing. We got that shit out the way now. So next year, there will be expectations. The whole, wow, I can't believe we did it. That was this year, right? Next year, there's expectations. Hopefully, we live up to those expectations because there will be high expectations set. We won't be sneaking up on anybody next year. They know we coming, and we better be ready. We better be ready. 2 questions. He says, 1, how aggressive in free agents are we going after T. Higgins and why? I feel like Jaden Daniels is a built-in recruiter for us to where I don't think you have to be super aggressive. You have to be in the neighborhood. You have to be in the ballpark. Like New England has already said that they're willing to back up the Brinks truck. They're the only team in the league that has more cap space than we do, right? They've already said, we'll back up the entire Brinks truck for you, bro. But if I'm T. Higgins and the money is comparable, it just needs to be close. We don't have to match New England. If New England says, yo, we willing to make you the highest paid receiver in the league, and if that's what T. Higgins wants, then go do your thing, bro. I can't stop you because we're not going to make T. Higgins the highest paid receiver in football. Okay? Nobody should be paid more than Justin Jefferson in the league. He's the best receiver in football. I believe that. Jamar Chase will be paid more than him, and that's okay because Jamar Chase is on his level, right? T. Higgins isn't, which is why Cincinnati isn't going to pay him. And there's Bengals fans that are still holding out hope that T. Higgins is getting paid. There's no way you're paying T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. That ain't happening, right? But if T. Higgins is like, if the Bengals are Patriots are like, yo, we'll give you 34 a year. That's a lot of money, right? I think Justin Jefferson is at what, 35 or 6? I think it's 35. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong about that. Fact check me on that. Whatever Justin Jefferson's at, if they come in $1 million less a year. So let's say Justin Jefferson's at 35 a year, and New England says, we'll give you 34. Well, if we say, Teague, we can't go to 34, bro, but we can give you 30. If I'm T. Higgins, and again, it's all in what you're looking for. The money's close enough, right? The money's close enough. And I see what y'all, the Patriots aren't close to doing anything. Nothing. We went to the NFC Championship. It ain't no Mahomes, it ain't no Allen, it ain't no Burrow on this side of the bracket. You go to New England, you got to deal with Josh Allen in your own division. You still got to deal with Mahomes. You still got to deal with Burrow. You still got to deal with Jackson. You want to deal with that shit? Or you want to come over here where we already getting busy? We already active. And we just need a few pieces to put us over the top. And so I think you couple that with shit, it's Jaden Daniels. That young bull is a problem. I just think you should be able to get T. Higgins if you in the ballpark. But again, I can't speak for what T. Higgins is looking for. He might want the most money he can get. This is his first contract. He was not a first round pick. I don't believe. I think he was a second round, like the top of the second round pick, right? If I'm not mistaken, he was like the 33rd pick in the draft when he was drafted. So he hasn't had a massive payday yet. This is going to be it. And he may decide, I want to break the bank and I want every single penny I can get. And if that's what he wants, then maybe it ain't for us. You got to draw your line in the sand and say, hey, this is what we're willing to pay T. Higgins. We're not going over this. And if this isn't good enough for him, then we'll go to the next guy, right? Because at some point, you got to have, to me, you got to show some restraint and you got to have some sort of, standard and morals about yourself. Like, yo, like, this ain't homegrown product. If this is a guy that you drafted, he's done everything you've asked of him, and he's done it the right way, then you're willing to make some exceptions to the rule. Like, yo, no, we got to pay this dude, man. We got to show the rest of the locker room we take care of ours. T. Higgins ain't one of us. So you got to, like, how is Terry McLaurin supposed to feel? Because T. Higgins ain't a one. He's going to be making more money than Terry McLaurin, and that's fine. But it can't be this ridiculous amount more than Terry, right? He can't be making $32 million and Terry's over here making, $23 million or whatever the number is. Like, the shit got to make sense. So, again, the cap's going up, so you get it. Terry gets it, but at the same time, you still got to make sure it makes sense within your locker room too. 2, if we can get wide receiver 2 in free agency, is the order in the draft O-line, tackle, DN, cornerback, number 2? Yes, that's the order. We have to get better in the trenches on both sides. Both sides. We don't have an elite pass rusher or a guy that sets a physical enough edge in the run game. Boy, did we miss Montez Sweat this year. Boy, did we miss Montez Sweat this year. We didn't used to have these edge problems, right? Not with Tez over there. You won't doing that shit on his side. Say what you want about Montez as a pass rusher, and I've had my, qualms about Montez as a pass rusher. But damn it, we didn't have these issues with him or Chase Young. You say what you want about Chase Young, too. We didn't have no runs to the outside that we had issues with. Say what you want about Chase Young. You won't run the ball to his side. Same with damn Montez Sweat. Hell, you could even run jet sweeps to Montez Sweat side. We tried to run one this year against the Bears, and he blew that shit up. I do miss that. But I want one that can do both. I don't want a guy that stops the hell out of the run and then can't get to the quarterback. I want a guy that can do both. Is that too much to ask? Is that too much to ask? Yes, I think that's the order. Tackle and corner. Damn, that went down the wrong. Woo! That one went down the wrong pipe. Whew. I digress. Never thought I would say in a full sentence, man, I miss Chase Young and Montez Sweat. But watching our run defense on the perimeter this year, golly, we missed Montez Sweat. I won't say I miss Chase Young, but he was good at it too. But damn, I missed Montez Sweat, man. Damn, I miss Montez Sweat. But it is what it is. Joshua Farish, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Joshua writes, the ultimate win is we get Newmark and Cliff back. I will say, this run, if you're looking for a silver lining outside of the magic that this run, created, and the warm and fuzzies and the foundation being set, and so many firsts since fill in the blank, and so many bad streaks ended. If you get past all of that and the disappointment, this run lasting as long as it did preserved some of our talent in the coaching staff and in the front office. Lance Newmark could have still got a job if somebody wanted to give him a job. He wasn't going to be stopped. But Cliff being on this ride, I think Cliff wants to be back anyway. I think Cliff was going to be very selective, as he should be. And I think the only job he would have left here for was Chicago. But to your point, Cliff going to be back, Newmark going to be back, and I just wanted the band back together for one more year, and we're going to have it. And I think that's going to give us a chance to make some noise next year. And we better take advantage. It feels real. It feels real Detroit Lionish. Everything about us feels like Detroit, right? Detroit came out of nowhere, won a bunch of games. Like last year wasn't out of nowhere. They had kind of set the foundation the year before when they beat Green Bay in that Week 18 game, when they had already been eliminated earlier in the day by Seattle, but all Green Bay had to do was win, and they were in, and they beat Green Bay. So everybody knew they were coming, but they still went out and did it, and got all the way to the NFC Championship game and lost. And then the next year, because we thought they were going to lose coordinators and this guy and that guy, and they did lose Lance Newmark. We took him, right? But they got their coordinators back, and they went all the way to, 15-1 and #1 seed. And that's kind of how it feels like we might be going into next year. But because you feel like this might be it for Cliff, right? Possibly Lance Newmark too. So you feel like, hey, got to take advantage of it while we got it. And we'll see, right? I don't want to make any assumptions or, compare us to Detroit, because they had 2 years of good production. The 9 and 8 year that they missed the playoffs was the foundation. It was like what this year was for us. We just obviously knocked it out of the park. But to follow up what they did that year with 15 and the year they had the next year where they won probably 12 games or so, won their division, had a home playoff game, and 2 home playoff games, actually. They beat the Rams, and then they beat the Bucks at home, and then they had to go to San Francisco. And then to beat, I think they were the 2 seed last year, and then, or they were the 3 seed. Dallas was the 2 seed, and they lost to Green Bay. They were the 3 seed, and then to follow that up with the 1 seed, tremendous. Be nice if we could do something like that. Getting Cliff and Lance Newmark back gives you a chance to be in that conversation, I believe. I truly believe that we can win the division next season. I really do believe that. Got to see what the offseason looks like, but we got the best quarterback in the conference. I'm waiting for somebody to tell me that I just lied. We got the best quarterback in the conference. Now we start surrounding him with talent. the weapons to go out and get it done. And I haven't watched his press conference yet. I came straight home from, the watch party after I got my kids, brought them home, ate, and I jumped straight on with you guys. So I haven't watched anything, and I had the Bills-Chiefs game on simultaneously, but I haven't watched it, but I heard that Jaden was pissed. He cussed. He was visibly upset. I heard the locker room was pissed off and upset, and it was a somber locker room. This shit hurts. A lot of guys hadn't been here before. Terry, Jonathan Allen, none of those dudes been here before. Most of the locker room hadn't been here before. Austin Eckler hadn't even been this far yet. He had never been in an AFC Championship game. He had a critical fumble. You think he didn't feel like shit after the game? That is a win, Joshua Farish, getting those two back. G-Dead Fan 88, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, we lost, no excuses. We were spanked by the Eagles. No excuses. We turned the ball over, but they forced those turnovers. Can't take anything away from them. I'm not going to sit here and blame the officials. We lost. We gave up 55 points. Said the same thing with the Deflategate game with the Colts. Like, I don't want to hear you complaining about the officials when you gave up. I think they lost that game like 38-13, like 38-7. I think it was. You lost 38-7, bro. Like, you can't tell me about deflated footballs. You lost 38-7. You lost 55-23. I don't want to hear about officials or anything. Got your ass whooped. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, the fumbles led to 21 points. My God, today. 21 points off of turnovers. Boy. And again, one of the turnovers, the McNichols fumble, should have been a field goal. Should have been a field goal. If I'm not mistaken, the De'Ami Brown fumble should have been a field goal because of the call by the official, right? Like, so, I mean, the McNichols would have been a fumble, a field goal rather, if Mikey Sainristil doesn't hit Saquon Barkley 2 yards out of bounds. So, it is what it is. 21 points. Like, the Eagles don't need your help. They're already better than you. They did not need our help. And yet we insisted on giving it to them. Again, that's why it's going to be tough for me to sleep tonight. This is also the last year we need to see a lack of run game. I needed weapons for 5. We need explosives. I was disappointed at how Cliff came out to attack. I just knew we were going to try and establish the run. We didn't even try. Well, at one point, B-Rob had 10 carries for 37 yards, I believe. 10 carries for 37 yards, I believe B-Rob had at one point. 11 for 36 for B-Rob. 11 damn carries. And I get that's not a great average, but there was no creativity with the run. Jaden, they did a good job of staying at home, so that should have meant that there should have been opportunities for B-Rob. But I just didn't think there was enough creativity. I talked about the creativity against Detroit last week. Counters and, traps and all kinds of shit we were doing, all kinds of eye candy and guys going over here and this guy going over there. And we didn't do any of that shit. No De'Ami jet sweep or nothing, little touch pad. Like, manufacture yards on the early downs, and we didn't do that in this game. And I just thought the lack of the run game. Austin Eckler, 8 carries for 15 yards. I just thought the lack of the ability for the running backs to run the ball was – we averaged 4 yards a carry, but that's because Jaden had 6 carries for 48 yards. They continue to struggle with Jaden as a runner. But you came out and established that the running backs weren't going to be a factor with the way you attacked Philadelphia in this game. I thought that was really tough for me to stomach because I kept waiting for a run and I kept waiting and waiting and waiting, and we don't convert a couple of fourth downs. We probably never see a run on that first possession. We definitely this is why I think we need to upgrade the offensive line, not just for pass protection and protecting JD5, but how about you get them a run game, like a consistent run game you can lean on as part of having a good offensive line. You can run the football. Gignac the Big Mac, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Gignac the Big Mac writes, don't resign Chin. Heavy hitter, but that's it. Terrible in run and even worse in coverage. For every one good thing he does, 5 other bad all season. I don't have a Jeremy Chin issue. I don't. I like Jeremy Chin. Do I love Jeremy Chin? No. Can you do better than Jeremy Chin? Yes. But again, this is what I've stated to y'all. And I know some of y'all don't necessarily agree with me here, and that's fine. But you can't fix everything in one off season. I said that last off season. They fixed what they could, and you had to live with the things that they couldn't fix. This off season is no different. You take the things that you did last year, you build upon them, right? The draft picks, the free agent signings, the Frankie Louvu's of the world, and the Dorrance Armstrongs, and the Tyler Biadishes, the guys that you spent 3-year deals on, right? And then there's a couple of 1-year deal guys that I think played well enough to be back again. Maybe it's another 1-year deal, or maybe you say, all right, we'll give you a 2-year deal this time. Whatever the case may be, you can't fix everything in one offseason. And so if you have enough talent at that position that you can get away with it, you probably need to just leave it alone. Tight end is one of those positions where I'm like, John Bates is a free agent. Would I like to upgrade the tight end position? You betcha. But is this the offseason where you need to do it? Maybe not. You got more pressing needs than tight end. Bring back John Bates. Bring back Austin Eckler or Zach Ertz, excuse me, right? Ben Sinnott and Colson Yankoff, and let that room just marinate. Just push that all to the side because we got other pressing needs. We got defensive line that we need to upgrade, specifically defensive end. We got to upgrade the offensive line, specifically tackle, right? We got to upgrade cornerback. We got to upgrade running back. There are other positions that need attention, and you can't fix. And remember, we don't have a full complement of draft picks. We don't. So you can't fix everything. But you can fix some things. And so the things that maybe can wait one more year. Safety is one of those positions that could probably wait one more year. Now, again, what is it going to look like? What does Jeremy Chin's market look like? Don't know. Can you get him back on another 1-year deal? Can you get him on a 2-year deal with an option to get out after the first year? Is there an exit ramp? I don't know. But at some point, yes, I think you do need an upgrade there. But for now, safety is fine. Tight end is fine. Again, Ertz is a free agent, and so is Jeremy Chin. So you got to make a decision there. But remember, not only is Chin a free agent, but Derek Forrest is a free agent as well. And you got to make some decisions. You got Quan Martin, you got Percy Butler, and you got Dominique Hampton. And he's a pseudo linebacker type. And you got Jeremy Reeves. So you got some decisions to make. But if it ain't broke, and Jeremy Chin is not broken, he may not be the best, but he ain't broke. If it ain't broke, don't look to fix it. But I understand where you're coming from. I understand. Kyle W. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Kyle writes, hey, Lou, do the Eagles have a salary cap? I mean, does it apply to them? Best O-line, D-line, corners, running back, wide receiver, etc. 92 Dream Team style. Just curious. Yeah, but here's the thing. They draft well. Devontae Smith took a let's call it a hometown discount. He could have got paid $30+ million just like AJ Brown did. He took a deal for a lot less. That helps when you got guys on board. Jordan Mailata was a developmental guy that was a former rugby player that they, I don't know if they spent a 7th round pick on or he was undrafted, one or the other. That's the kind of shit you got to hit on, right? This is why the draft is important. You got those 2 corners that are rookies that came in and played excellent ball in Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell. Those are rookies. Those are rookies. They're not making a bunch of money. Yeah, they're 1st round picks. Well, DeJean's not, but Quinyon is, but they're rookies. Right? Darius Slay making solid money. You know, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson making solid money, but not earth-shattering money, right? So, you know, Reed Blankenship still on a rookie deal. Jalen Carter still on a rookie deal. Like their entire D-line is on a rookie deal, except for Milton Williams, I think. He might still be on a rookie deal, but it's got to be almost up. So this is the importance of drafting well. Howie Roseman stays with 10, 11 picks every year, feels like. Trade back, pick up more picks. So, yeah, no, their salary cap applies to them, but this is why it is important. I was packing up my shit at the watch party, getting ready to get out of there. And I had my hat on. I'm not taking my shit off. Dude told me, he walked in, he said, I said, no, bro, I bleed this shit. Yeah, we got our ass whooped today, but if that shit don't change the fact that we on the way. We on the way up. And I'm not ashamed of the season we just turned in. Yeah, we got our ass whooped today, but I'm not taking the hat off. Yeah, right. You got the wrong one. And he said, man, I think y'all going to trade for Tyreek Hill. I said, you do? He said, yeah, you don't think y'all going to try to go get him? I'm like, hell no. I was like, bro, you know how much draft capital that's going to cost? He said, y'all got money, though. I said, it ain't about the money. We can pay him. It's about what it's going to take. You think the Dolphins just going to give him away? Nah, that ain't happening. I said, we need young, cheap talent. We don't need expensive shit. That's why the Eagles so good, because they got a bunch of young, cheap talent surrounded by guys that they've paid money to. Landon Dickerson is on a rookie contract. Cam Jurgens is on a rookie contract. They paying Lane Johnson money. They just paid Jordan Mailata. With the other 3 linemen on the interior, all 2 of them are on rookie contracts, and then Mekhi Becton was on a 1-year deal at guard, at right guard. So that's how you do it. Look around. Look around. They spend at certain positions, but it's a lot of young, talented dudes on the roster. That whole defensive line is on a rookie contract, except for, I think, Milton Williams. And he might be on a rookie contract, too. All of them. Nolan Smith. Josh Sweat is the only one. Nolan Smith. Jordan Davis. Jalen Carter. Ajabo. All of them dudes is on rookie deals. All of them. Rob Yu, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rob Yu writes, many holes to fill and plenty of resources. Facts. Facts. Yep. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, it was nice, but McNichols can go. I agree. Yeah, I had my McNichols fill tonight. I got nostalgic with McNichols about 3 weeks ago. I was like, man, I don't know, man. I'm really feeling McNichols, man. I see why DQ like, nah, no, McNichols can go. I'm right there with you. And it's not just the fumble. We just need better at running back, period. I told you, I want what the Bills have. I want what the Lions have. I want one of these explosive, dynamic, every time he touches it. You know, Saquon Barkley's don't grow on trees. That ain't what I'm looking for. right? I want me a James Cook. I want me a Jahmyr Gibbs type guy, a slasher, a speed demon, right? Saquon can do everything. Like, those don't grow on trees. Saquon's humongous physically. He can run over you. He can make you miss. He can spin off of you. Top end speed, crazy acceleration. Can catch it out of the backfield. Those don't grow on trees, right? That's why he was a top 5 pick in the draft. I just need a complimentary back. And I know some of y'all still don't love B-Rob. That's fine. You don't gotta love B-Rob, but we gotta give him some help. We gotta get another guy back there. It ain't Eck, and it ain't McNichols, and it ain't Chris Rodriguez. I'm with you, just Andre. McNichols can go. Swaggy P, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Man, it was a pleasure meeting you today. And I know that ain't gonna be the last time we link up, man. But I appreciate you making the trek from North Carolina to come kick it with the kid. I know that wasn't the outcome that we were looking for, and that wasn't the turn up that we were hoping to have, and the type of celebration that we were looking to come together to have. But I really do appreciate you coming and kicking it with the kid, man. It was definitely something that I'll remember, man. I really appreciate everybody. And, you know, the thing that made me feel good was the people that came out, despite the loss and how somber the mood was. They was like, yo, keep doing your thing. I really appreciate you. When you got to keep throwing these. I'm coming out, man. Wherever you throw it, I'm going to be there. And I appreciate that, man. Much love to all of y'all that came out and supported. Said it was so good to finally meet you, Lou. It was likewise. The feeling is mutual, right? Wish we won, but I'm proud of this team. The turnovers were costly. Boy, were they ever. God. That's the thing that I can't get past, is just beating yourself, right? I can't. That's the part that I just eat me up. Let's see what we do in year 2 of a recalibration. We got 5. I got 5 on it. Didn't get to say that enough today. But he was awesome today. We didn't lose this game because of 5. That's for damn sure. We still got, he said, we got 5. We still in good hands. On to the offseason. Hashtag raise hell. On to the offseason indeed. Needed that. Needed that, Swaggy. Thank you so much. Once again, really appreciate you. Christopher McLaughlin. Man, thank you for the generosity. My goodness. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Really appreciate you, C-Mac. Can't tell you enough how much I appreciate you, man. You're awesome, dude. You're awesome. Truly. You're a blessing. Hey, Lou. What's up, Chris? Leadership, besides having Daniels, is the major reason this team has great potential. Yes. I told you, I felt like our 2 advantages going into the game were coaching and quarterback. And I leave the game feeling the same way. I thought the coaches prepared this team to play. They put us in a position to have a shot in this game, and the players let us down today. That's the way I feel. The players didn't execute. And then DQ came out and he let his nutsack hang. First possession, he said, I don't give a shit. First possession, 18 plays, 2 4th down conversions. I said, okay. All right, DQ. I see what type of time you're on, and I'm with it. I'm with it. He didn't come here for no bullshit. He came here to win. And unfortunately, the players, they sold him up the river. That's disappointing. They have the most important quality, empathy. 2 questions. 1, what was your favorite moment of the season and why? And 2, do you think Peters trades back in rounds 2 and 3 to get more picks, and why? It's so many to choose from. So I think I have 3, and I can't give you one. I have to give you all 3. The first one was the Cincinnati game, because that was the night a star was born, and that was the night that I realized we got something here. Like, possibly one of them ones. Like, I knew we had a star. It wasn't until I think the Hail Mary that I realized I think we got a superstar. But even the Hail Mary involved a bunch of luck. But the second Giants game when we had to have it, he just always made plays. I was like, man, this dude is something else, man. But the Cincinnati game was one. Obviously the Washington walk-off, aka Bear Trap, aka Noah's Ark, goes down as one of the greatest plays in franchise history. And what it did to Bears fans, we needed that game. Bears fans were insufferable. So that's clearly at the top of the list. That's at the top of the pile, along with the Cincinnati game and the Eagles game, the second Eagles game. That touchdown with 6 seconds left to Jamison Crowder was massive. We needed that for the Eagles fans, right? Imagine losing to them 3 times this year. So those are the 3 that stick out now. The Detroit game was fun. Beating Tampa Bay was fun, and there were moments in that Tampa Bay game. The Terry touchdown on 4th down, the play where Kalijah Kancey has him on 3rd down and he gets the 1st down. Like, so many plays to pick from. One of the plays that gets lost is the Terry catch against Dallas, but it shouldn't. But we didn't win, and so people forget about that one. But you got the overtime throw against Atlanta, and so many. But those are the 3. Those are the 3 that stick out for me. And do you think Peters trades back in rounds 2 and 3 to get more picks? I do think you're going to see a trade back with him at some point. Now, I'm not sure when, but you're going to see him trade back at some point and pick up more picks, without question. There isn't a doubt in my mind that that's going to take place at some point. Now, I don't know if it's going to be in rounds 2 and 3, but he did it in round 2 last year, so it's very plausible that he does it again. But he likes more picks, not less picks. So anybody thinking about trading up or trading for said play, like I know Rio has been heavy on trading for Garrett Wilson. I just don't see Adam Peters giving up more draft capital to go get a guy that is super talented, but you're going to have to pay eventually here in the near future. But more importantly, you're giving up cheap labor for expensive one. And again, when you could go get T. Higgins and not have to give up any draft capital, and you just got to pay him. It's not about the money. We have the money. It's about the draft capital. So I don't see us trading away picks. I see us trading back and collecting picks. Yes, I do see that happening. And being that he did it in the 2nd round last year, I wouldn't rule out any round except the 1st. And even that, we have the 29th pick in the draft. I could see him trading out of the 1st round altogether to pick up more picks. That's where I think the real value might be, is trade. If they don't love, most teams, they put together a 1st round board, right? So guys with 1st round grades. And you might only have 22 guys out of, the 32 pick, 22 guys with a 1st round grade, and all 22 of them are selected. You get to your pick and you're like, I don't love the value here. Somebody else is dying to get back into the 1st round or dying to come up. Trade your pick and you don't make a selection in the 1st. I could see us not having a 1st round pick this year. I could see us trading out of the 1st round altogether, and that will pick you up the amount of capital that you need to then feel comfortable maneuvering the draft board, but also just making picks if you don't have any more trades, right? You move out of the 1st round, you're picking up multiple picks to do that. I could see that happening at 29. Peters loves guys at the back end of the draft. He's made a living doing that. So yes, I see him trading back. You need that cheap labor. And I've always told you guys this. You build your roster through the draft, you supplement it through free agency. So if you're going to continue to build a roster that was turned over and upside down with the moves made last year, 60% this roster was turned over, then you need to draft players. That is what is going to infuse your team with young talent. Draft, not free agency. So I see him being aggressive and trying to accumulate more picks. Ethan Dykes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOB beat. All right. That 55 really stings. I know DQ got to be fuming. 55 is nasty work, bro. Nasty. Like, the whole time I'm sitting there, as we getting our ass handed to us, and I was like, hey, like, just don't let them score 50. When they brought in Ship, they were waving the white, the Eagles were done. They was like, yo, we got y'all. Y'all done waved the white flag. They took out Jalen Hurts. They kept Hurts in, but they won't throwing the ball no more. He was handing the ball to Shipley, bro. And we let Shipley, he ain't had a career NFL touchdown, and we let this man rip off a 800-yard run. And then cap it off with a touchdown. I say, y'all trying to give up 50 today. Y'all ain't shit. Because the one thing look, a 40 burger is a 40 burger. You hate to see it. We put up a 40 burger last week. You hate to see it, but a 40 burgers, we gave up 55. 55 points. Say the shit out loud so you know how bad it is. Yeah, DQ got to be pissed. Because we didn't even come close, remotely close, to giving the type of effort that we're capable of. I'm pissed. I know that. I would have been able to live with the Eagles just beating us, but we beat ourselves. That shit don't sit well with me. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, it hurts, but I know we arrived at the party early. Let's attack free agency, get rid of the weak links, and come back better next season. Hashtag Braves Hill. Yeah. You hit it right on the head. This shit hurts, but there's a silver lining here. It's a silver lining in this. And that's, we arrived early. We had a blast. We got a little too drunk because we got here a little earlier than most people did, right? So we was already plastered by the time the rest of the party showed up. And your end result is giving up 55, right? Cool. We'll be much more prepared the next time. We'll be much more prepared the next time. The Commandalorian. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, man, Lou, we look like a 6 seed today, minus JD5. Yeah, we did. Absolutely, we did. Salute to that one. I love the direction of our team. We need better pieces, and hopefully we get that this offseason. And we will. We'll get some pieces. We won't get every piece. I keep telling y'all, we won't get every piece. But we'll get a number of pieces this offseason, and we'll be better because of it. And we'll be a better football team, and we'll be tougher to deal with. But we got to keep that same hunger. We got to keep that same intensity. And, you know, the beauty of what this season has done is it's given these players a taste of what it's like. Now they're going to be starving to get back here. And now they're motivated. That ass whooping that they just got, that's motivation. That's motivation to get back. So you can get a motivated team next year. Stu Vision. Been a member for 8 months. Stu writes, welcome to the sit your ass down room. Yeah, it's pretty vicious, man. I wasn't expecting that, Stu. I tried that falling down the steps shit, Stu. Your rent is due, mother. Our rent was due, right? DQ said before the game, we ain't playing with house money. You treat this game like the rent is due. You got your rent money on the line and the rent is due. I tried that falling down the steps shit, Stu. You said you conscious, mother. I heard you loud and clear, Stu. Heard you loud and clear. Jerry Hartfield, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, we shitted on y'all boys with a 50. You did. I ain't got nothing for you, Jerry. I watched the movie where he said a 10, a 10. He did this, but this wasn't 10. This was 55. A fucking 55. I got nothing for you, Jerry. I got nothing for you, man. We got our asses handed to us, man. Goku Brown 7. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, the NFL is still labeled as sports entertainment, so it's going to be some WWE type scenarios, but it is what it is, and 5 is worth the watch alone. That's one thing I can say is 5 is worth the price of admission. So is Josh Allen. He was pretty fun to watch today, man, but they fell short just like we did. Very different circumstances, of course. But 5 is worth the price of admission. Must see TV. Even when shit didn't go well today, he was the one silver lining where you go, man, he's special. He truly is special. Brent Chisholm. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Brent writes, FYI, Eagles fan, at least JD5 has more playoff wins than Dak, LOL. Again, those are things we'll be able to celebrate down the road, down the line, you know. But right now, I wanted to go to the Super Bowl, Brent. Congratulations to y'all. I hope y'all lose by 8 milli on Super Bowl Sunday. I think y'all going to win. I'm going to be honest with you. I think y'all going to beat the Chiefs. I thought Buffalo would beat you. I think you're going to beat the Chiefs. But Lord, please let the Chiefs three-peat. Please let them three-peat. But yes, he doesn't have more playoff wins than Dak. He has the same amount. Tonight's win would have given him more. He'll have more than him next year, though. All in due time. Ethan Dykes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, hell of a year, Louie. Been a really fun ride with you and can't wait for your draft vids. We building and we're coming. Overhaul the defense and let's go. It's crazy hearing somebody say something about draft videos. I've been running from them shits. I'm going to be honest, I don't even want to do the draft this year. I'll get over it. Trust me. Give me a couple of weeks. I get my mind right. And then I'm going to start looking at these prospects. But right now, that is the furthest thing from my mind. But, you know, the good thing is the season's over in 2 weeks. That's all I need. Just give me a couple of weeks just to decompress, clear the, mechanism. And once the Super Bowl hits, hopefully it's not the Eagles that win the Lombardi. We can start anew and we can start. Like, for me, it ain't even a draft. It's really free agency first. Because free agency kind of dictates what it is you ultimately need, right? So. Fuck! I had to get that one out. Sorry. 55? B-Rad. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Can't wait to see what we do in the offseason. I'm excited about the offseason. I am. I really can't wait to see them build around 5. We know what we got now. Like, I would love to see CJ Stroud like aggressiveness this offseason. That didn't work out well for them, though. But CJ Stroud ain't JD5, right? Like, I would love to go get us a Danielle Hunter type. I don't think those exist in free agency, though. Not this year, at least. That's why I wanted. Remember, I told y'all last year that one of the guys highest on my list was Jonathan Grenard. Remember, I told y'all, like, oh, I want Jonathan Grenard. 12 and a half sacks for that young man this year. You don't think we could use one of those? That's the kind of shit we need, man. I don't know if that exists. I got to look at the list, but I'm telling you, last year was the year if you needed some shit from a pass rusher standpoint, last year was the year. I bet you it ain't no shit out there this year that's worth a damn. I bet when I go look at Sport Rack or Spot Rack and I go to look at the free agents and I'm like, this it? You ain't hiding over free agents nowhere? We'll see. We definitely got to build around the kid. He ready. He was ready this year. He was ready this year. We definitely got to build around the kid. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. I think that's a double up for Chris. Chiefs beat the Pigeons again. Patty gets the 3-peat. Tay-Tay gets the halftime show next season. What do you think, Lou? I would love it. I got no disagreements with anything, but it just feels like 2017 from the standpoint of that Super Bowl, people were fatigued with the Patriots. They were fatigued with the Patriots winning the Super Bowl. So there were people like, for instance, my dad always says he roots for the NFC East. So, or just the NFC team in general. He's an NFC guy. He doesn't like the AFC. So usually he roots for the NFC team, but I'm like, boss, the Eagles don't have a Super Bowl. I don't want them winning nothing. And he was like, I'm tired of seeing the Patriots win anyway. So I'm rooting for the Eagles. And I just remember that I had the Super Bowl party was at my house that year. And my wife was pregnant with our son. And we hadn't told the family yet. And I just remember rooting like hell for the Patriots to win the game. And they lost, and I hated the Patriots. And I didn't want them to win shit neither, but it was choosing between the lesser of two evils. And they didn't get it done. And it kind of feels like that's what's going to happen here. Don't nobody want to see the Chiefs win another Super Bowl. People getting tired of the Chiefs winning. They got Chiefs fatigue. But now you're like, man, I got to choose between the lesser of the two evils. Give me the Chiefs. But non-NFC East fans, they're going to be like, nah, I'm sick of the Chiefs. Come on, Philadelphia, beat their ass. And that's the shit I don't want. That's that shit I don't like. I hope he gets the 3-peat. I hope he gets it. I hope he get it. I bet you he don't get it. He ain't gonna get it. I hope he don't get it. I hope he do get it. I'm on some day shit. I hope he get it. I bet you he don't get it. I hope he get it. Ethan Dykes, my guy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes. Side note. God damn. He said, God, man, poor Bills fans. I looked at Josh Allen on the sidelines and I felt so bad for him. He threw that pass to Dalton Kincaid and he didn't catch it on that 4th down, and that was a hell of a heave under duress. Looked like he threw the bitch up for grabs. He threw it right to him and he dropped it. And Josh is sitting like this on the sideline with his chin strap in his mouth. And you could tell he just like, not again. Not this again. Yeah. again. Poor Bills fans. You're right. And I know a lot of Bills fans, a heap of them. They're all good people. I've never met an asshole Bills fan in my life. Not one. And I've met more Bills fans on this platform than any other non-Commanders fan base except the NFC East. I've encountered more Bills fans than any other fan base, and every one of them is enjoyable to talk to. They're all nice people. Every last one of them. Now, and you see why when something happens and you find out Mark Andrews dropped the 2-point conversion and then the Bills fans got $35,000 to his favorite charity. And you're like, really? He helped y'all win the game. Yeah, we finna bless him. Don't worry. I feel bad for them Bills fans. They're good people, man. They're good people. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Just Andre writes, it was a good season. We have 100 mil. We got a great QB, good coaching staff, and faux front office. But this game showed the talent gap. You're right. I was talking to some people at the watch party, and they said this game showed our deficiencies. Like, we're not there yet. This game was and again, we already knew, and this, like, I don't want anyone to take this the wrong way, because I'm not insulting your intelligence. You were smart enough to understand the challenges that lied in front of us in this game. We knew we had to play a perfect game, right? You do understand that. We played damn near a perfect game against Tampa. We played the perfect game against Detroit. And we had to do the same to have a chance to beat a team that was clearly the superior team. None of us were arguing who had the most talent. I've been saying they got the most talent, but we got the better team. That was my rallying cry. They got the better talent. We got the better team. Our brotherhood is stronger than theirs. It ain't no making it, like, the best team doesn't always win, but you can't turn it over and expect to beat the better team. And it showed. It showed the inability to stop the run, the inability to get stops on third down, the inability to get consistent pressure without blitzing, you know, the inability to separate in the pass game, the inability to block up front while they weren't blitzing a ton, the inability to run the football consistently with the running backs again. All of that shit showed. It all reared its ugly head. It all showed. We're just not there yet, like you said. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Chris writes, we have over 60% roster turnover, patchwork vets, and a rookie QB, yet still make it to the NFC Championship game. 5 gives us all hope. The whole day, all yesterday, the whole day today, everything that I said in terms of my confidence, the whole week surrounded 5. And I was thinking about it today while I was driving to Richmond to the event. And I was just thinking about how much confidence 5 has instilled in me. I was way too confident. I told the story to everybody. I did it on social media, and I don't think I told the story to you guys. You know, if you follow me on social media, then you heard this. And if you were at the watch party, you heard this, because I told everybody at the watch party this story individually. But I was at the store the other day. I was just browsing to see if there was any dope Commanders, because they had a bunch of Commanders apparel. So I was like, let me see if there's anything in here that they giving away or any, because, you know, I love a good deal. Some people call me cheap. Others call me frugal. I just like a good deal. Who doesn't like a good deal? So I was like, they understand the excitement. They're not going to give you a deal, but I got a good deal on some apparel, you know, a couple of weeks ago. So I was like, maybe I can find, a good deal. So I'm perusing through, and they was taxing, right? They were slapping folks up and down for this stuff. And rightfully so. We were all excited. We were all happy. And they knew, when you get people happy, they're willing to spend. So I was looking around, and a lady walks over with her husband. And I thought she might have known who I was because she kept making eye contact with me. And you know how I am about people staring at me, right? We had this conversation already. So I'm looking at her, and she's looking at me, and I'm like, look, lady, if you got something to say, say it. That's what I'm saying in my head. So I go back to minding my business, and she walks by me, and she whispers to me, you trying that hat on? I had not this beanie, but the Washington beanie that I usually have. I said, nah, this is my hat. And I looked at her, and she looked at me, and she said, good luck tomorrow. Luck? I looked at her, I said, I don't need no luck. She looked back at me like this. You don't need no luck. Why? I said, I got 5. She didn't know what I was talking about, but her husband did. He started laughing. He was weak. And then she was like, well, she kept walking around. She said, well, I'm an Eagles fan, but I'm torn because I like your quarterback. I'm like, well, if you're an Eagles fan, you shouldn't be torn. It ain't hard. You could like my quarterback, think he's good, but still want to bust our head to the white meat show. But she's like, I like your quarterback, but I'm an Eagles fan. I'm like, well, we like him too. And we going to the Super Bowl. I was so confident. I saw a guy today. I told this story too real quick. I was at the hospital right before I came to the watch party. And I'm leaving the hospital. He's checking in. He's registering. All guests have to register at the hospital. So he's registering. He got a Redskins hoodie on. Got the Chief logo on his chest. And I'm like, I see him, and we make eye contact, and I point at him like this. And I ain't say nothing. Just and there was a pole, like a barrier between us as I kept walking. So I clear the pole, and he looks at me and he says, but I'm nervous. I said, don't be nervous. And that was my message to everybody today. Don't be nervous. For what? We got 5. We good. But all the people that were nervous were right to be nervous because it wasn't 5. 5 has instilled a level of confidence in me that's scary. Because even when we playing a team that's better than us, that we have no business beating, I still think we can beat them because we got 5. That's the only reason. Not that our coaching staff is good, but because we got 5. He instills a level of confidence in us that's different. And I said, man, maybe I'm too confident, man. I don't know. Maybe this confidence is unwarranted, but I got 5, man. So when you say 5 gives us all hope, you're not lying. He's the reason we were here, and he's the reason that we thought we could make it to the Super Bowl. And I can assure you, he was the reason that we even had a shot in this game. He wasn't the reason we lost this game. He gave us a shot tonight. The players around him let him down. And that's the sad, state of affairs. Sad truth of the matter is he got let down by his teammates today. Trevor Patch, been a member for 39 months. Salute to my guy Trev, who writes, I didn't want it to end. None of us did. Don't know what to do with myself now. I'm not gonna front. Me neither. Like, people want to talk to me about free agency. I'm not ready for none of that shit yet. It's almost like having a divorce, and then people are like, come on out with us, man. We're going to the club, man. You need to get out and have a good time, get your mind. I'm not ready yet. I don't want to talk about no damn free agency or the draft. Leave me alone. I'll let you know when I'm ready. I ain't ready for that shit yet. It's time for a long break. Time to go touch grass until the leaves start to fall again. We gotta. Amon St. Brown said it best. I gotta wait a whole nother year before we can get some get back. And we gotta wait a whole nother 6 months before we can get out there again and try to get back. But man, this was a lot of fun. I will say that. This was a lot of fun. Let me get some let me read a couple of names that were donors. Once again, PJ. Oh Lord, he didn't McLean. PJ McLean. Thank you for your generosity. Really, truly appreciate you being a donor of the watch party. Can't thank you enough for the support. Same with Daily Grinders. You did it twice, so we're going to double you up a little bit later on, man. Really appreciate you, Daily Grinders, for blessing the watch party. And again, not everybody could make it and be in attendance. Some of you live way too far. Others had to work, whatever the case may be. But if you decided to still bless us with a dono, I can't tell you how much that means, man. I really, truly appreciate each and every single one of y'all. And we'll come back and we'll give shout outs to a few more. Let's go inside the odds once again, real quick. Brought to you by BetUS. So I don't really have anything for you, right? I don't have anything for you from BetUS, but I will say that BetUS is one of the best in the game. They also, again, have a casino that they want you to check out. And so head over to BetUS, same site, betus.com, and you can hit the casino, right? Get you some blackjack, some roulette, all that good stuff. They also have a prop builder. And I talk about that prop builder all the time, but you should check it out. And you know what? You should check it out for the Super Bowl. It's going to be, the Super Bowl be having the crazy prop bets, the craziest of prop bets. You can bet on how long the national anthem is going to be, over under on that, right? I already got odds on BetUS right now for the coin toss, heads or tails, right? Like that's the type of shit you can bet on at the Super Bowl. You can bet on all of it at BetUS. So hit that up, betus.com. Use the promo code YouTube150 to get you 150% sign-up bonus on your first deposit up to $2,000 and 125% sign-up bonus on your next two deposits up to $2,000 when you use the promo code YouTube150. So, John Perez, my guy. JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. JP, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, such a tough ending for us, but this was the best season this team has had in decades. I know they'll be back next year with revenge on their minds. And you know what, JP? I'm proud of you because I think you only tried to fire everybody once this year, just one time. And I think it was after the first game of the season. Same old Commanders, you weren't trying to fire everybody though. But this was one of those seasons where you couldn't fire everybody, JP. It was one of those years where you had to respect what was being done. And it was a really good season. It's the best season in ages since 1991. I mean, who are we kidding? No other team has made it to the NFC Championship game since 1991. This team did so many things this year. It's a hell of a run, but not the ending we were looking for. But just know that we're going to build this roster on round 5. And when we do, oh, look out. It's going to be hell to pay. You know what this reminds me of? I'm going to keep it a bean with y'all. Like, and when I was driving home, I got the kids and I was on my way home and, I was, the competitor in me was just pissed. But, I needed a silver lining, something to make me smile. And the one thing I said to myself that made me smile was, Mahomes lost his first AFC championship. And then he went buck wild after that. You remember his first year as a starter, 2018. He went to the championship game. They were at home against Brady, and that was the overtime rule. Remember, Brady and the Patriots won the toss. They went down, they scored the touchdown. Mahomes never touched it, and that changed. That was like the beginning of them changing the overtime rules, right? That's what prompted them to change the overtime rules to, hey, you got to at least score a touchdown, right? And I think it was the Josh Allen game against the Chiefs where they said, hey, in the playoffs, both teams got to touch it. But I think it was the 2018 playoffs where they changed the regular season rule to, hey, if you don't score a touchdown, then both teams get a chance. So I just thought about Mahomes losing his first AFC championship game ever he played in. And then what's his record in AFC championship games since? Mahomes got to be like 5-1 in AFC championship games since then. Lost the first one, and then I think he lost to Joe Burrow once. I don't think he's lost any other AFC championship games. Not to my recollection, at least. So I think he might be all-time 5-2. How many Super Bowls has Patrick Mahomes played in? They're going for a three-peat, so that's 3 in a row. They played the 49ers once before, and they played Tampa Bay. So, yeah, 5. So, yeah, I think he's 5-2 in the AFC championship game. That's my guess. My guess is he's 5-2 because he's won 3 Super Bowls with a chance to win a 4th, and he's only lost once, and that was to Tampa Bay. So I'm just thinking, why can't JD5 be the same way? That was these are my deranged thoughts in my mind, because everybody thinks he's the next Patrick Mahomes in terms of the NFC version of Mahomes. Why the hell not? Ain't nobody else in the conference effing with him. Why not? We just got to build around him. That's it. Tough ending, but the future is bright, JP. I agree. CGM 87. And DQ is going to store that one away. So revenge will definitely be on their minds. We play the Eagles twice next year. So there'll be opportunities for some get back. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. CGM 87 writes, love DQ, but I feel like he morphed into Ron for a moment and panicked to get points on the first drive. Results are probably same, but set tone versus punching filthy in the mouth. Still great year, Final Four. I didn't think he morphed into Ron. He didn't bitch up on us. He didn't go conservative. That's what Ron would have done. He went for it on 4th down twice. We converted both, and then he kicked the field goal. If that's what you were referring to when, after going for it twice, you should have just gone for it a 3rd time. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I also like getting points on the opening possession. You don't want to have an 18-play drive that ends in no points. That's a win for Philadelphia. So you wanted to come out of that thing. You ate up 7 minutes of the clock. You converted 2 4th downs. You want to have that count for something. You need to show something from that. And the field goal, even though it wasn't a touchdown, it did that. It represented points. I wasn't mad at that. Not at all. I hated that we didn't try to establish the run on that first possession. We really just said, hey, JD, go take us down the field. That's what I didn't like. But yeah, still a great year. You finished in the Final Four. That speaks volumes about year 1 of your program. Greg Coles, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Greg writes, hell of a season, Lou. Proud of this team. On to the future. P.S. You know what's crazy? What, Greg? Some African kid will be repping Commanders NFC Champions gear someday. Salute to that African kid who's got NFC Championship gear on. Somebody in that same village will probably have Commanders Super Bowl gear, right? Thought we were going to the Super Bowl. They might have printed up some shit. But They definitely had T-shirts and hats in the box ready. And they got to be shipped to some third world country. I was watching a Netflix documentary, just not to go off tangent too far, but it was called Buy Now. And it talked about how much stuff we waste and throw away, and, you know, goods that are made. And this is the shit you're talking about, right? They produced them hats. You know, them NFC Championship hats for the Commanders was already produced, because if we won, they was going to put them on. So them shits got to go somewhere. Some shit's got to go somewhere. So you're right about that. CGM87, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. All right. Hope Chiefs 3-peat and beat the hell out of them. And Sirianni. I already told LB. I texted him congratulations after the game, because I wasn't upset. People was in the super chat. People was in the comment section of the live stream I was doing at the watch party, like, yo, I'm just checking on you, Louie. For what? I only check on people when they go AWOL. Like when the Giants beat the Colts, I hadn't heard from Bad Dog. So I needed to make sure he was okay. You ain't got to check on me. I'm live, bro. You watching my reaction. What you need to come check on me for? You can see me. I'm smiling. I'm talking to people. I'm good. Like, I was talking to my guy, RVA Point of Views. Shout out to my guy, RVA Point of Views. We was chopping it up. He told me a funny story about his son. We were down by 25, 48-23, and his son said, Dad, can we still win? Is the game over? And he was like, son, the game's over. The game's over, son. Like, we can't win, right? And me and him we were talking, and he was like, yo, I'm cool, bro. He's like, I ain't mad. He had a smile on his face, and I was like, bro, me neither. I'm disappointed. I'm not gonna sit here in front and act like I'm not. Disappointed as hell. I wanted this shit bad, but I'm not upset. Just disappointed. But I understand the growing pains, and I told y'all about this, and growing pains suck. But we didn't even go through the kind of growing pains that I thought we were going to go through. That's the beauty of this year, was we skipped a lot of steps. I talked about the Lions earlier, going 9-8 and missing the playoff. We didn't do that. We went 12-5 and made the playoffs and won 2 games on the road and beat the number 3 and 1 seed and went to the NFC Championship game in year 1. We skipped a bunch of steps. And for that, I'm forever grateful. But I refuse to rest on that and be okay with that. We got to build upon that. And the only thing that trumps what we did this year is going to the Super Bowl and winning it. I hope the Chiefs win by. I told LB, I texted him, I said, congrats, and I said, I hope you lose the Super Bowl by 8 million. I think I told him, or 1,000. I said, I hope you lose the Super Bowl by 1,000 points. That's what I told him. I told somebody else, I hope you lose by 8 million. I think they're gonna beat the Chiefs though. That's the sad part. Emmett Blacks, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Emmett writes, 50 burger on your head, 4 turnovers. That's real D. Yeah, 50. That's the part that is hard to defend, a 50-piece, bro. Like, what am I supposed to say when an Eagles fan says that to me? What am I supposed to say? Can't say shit. We lose this game 38-23. Okay, you got us. Hands up. You lose this game 45-23. Like, 40 burger, bro. That's rough. They scored 55 points. The most points scored in a championship game in NFL history. What the hell am I supposed to say? I can't say nothing. I just go to the next super chat. What am I supposed to say? Haval, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Haval writes, Ertz post-game comments hurt me. Said he wished he was 22 years old again just to play with JD5 and DQ his entire career because he loved them. My wife was like, yo, is he retiring or some shit? And I was like, he hurt right now, bae. He's hurting. That man had like 14 catches for like 120 yards. That man left his soul on that field. I don't know how many more of these he got in him. But he knows how talented JD5 is, and he knows what kind of a leader DQ is, and he just wish he had more time with him. That's some real shit. That's real spit. I think Zach might hang it up, man. How many more concussions y'all want this man to take? I'm telling you, Zach had about 5 concussions this year and played through about 3 of them. Why you bullshitting? His wife might be like, hey, Zach, that's it, bro. It's over. Can't let you jeopardize our family by you keep going out there and taking these shots. It could be over for him. That might have been why he sounded like that at the podium. And my wife was like, yo, is he retiring? Because we want him back. But he wanted to play with Cliff or play for Cliff. And he did. And he had a blast. And he said this year rejuvenated him. So maybe he still wants to play. If he wants to play, we'll have him back gladly. He wasn't the problem. He was a part of the solution. I'll watch the pressers, and I'll probably get depressed. I'm already drinking my sorrows away as we speak. But it's a part of the healing process. I need it. Because I love them dudes, man. They gave me the most joy as a fan I've had since I was 5 years old. So you damn right. I want to hear what they got to say. You damn right. Ben Henniger, LD Blues. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, this was a season to remember. We may have been playing house money all along, but I'm not giving it back. We were playing with house money for a very long time, but it got to a point where it wasn't house money. It was our time. DQ said before the game, this wasn't no house money. This was the rent was due, and we needed to come up with that bread. That's the kind of money we put the rent money on the line, and we needed to come up with the rent money. And unfortunately, we weren't able to do that in this game, and that sucks because we were so close. We were 60 minutes away from the Super Bowl. That's it. 60 minutes. What a ride, though. What a ride indeed. The Phillies Ace 34. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Phillies Ace writes, I told you we had unfinished business. We need to avenge 22 loss, but only you I am sad for. But Bunk Washington, y'all wrote checks that y'all couldn't cash. Yeah, we did. But we wrote a lot of checks that we did cash. And we had a surplus of extra funds, so we could write a few checks that might have been a little bit crazy, but we had the money in the bank to cover it. We had the money in the bank to cover it. A little disappointed, because you put yourself in this position. And again, I think about all the teams that haven't made it this far. I think about the Cowboys with Dak Prescott. Haven't made it this far. Lamar Jackson just made it to this point last year. Josh Allen has only been in this position twice in his career. right? So, I mean, when you think about it in that context, I feel damn good. Like, Jalen Hurts has only been in this seat twice in his career. Both times he went to the Super Bowl because he had superior teams. I think they would have lost to the 49ers if they don't hurt Brock Purdy, but that's no here nor there. He's made it to the NFC Championship game one more time than JD5. That's it. And I think that torch is going to get eventually. We're going to get to the point where our roster is close enough to Philadelphia's where it's going to matter whose quarterback is better. Right now, it don't matter that our quarterback is better than theirs because their team is so much better than ours. And somebody said earlier today in the comment section that without the turnovers, they thought we win this game. And they used some strong language like, I'm confident or I'm sure we would have won. And I wasn't as sure, but I sure would have loved to have seen what would have happened if we didn't turn the ball over. We'll never know. We'll never know. Congratulations to your team, the Phillies Ace 34. And as I've told every single Philadelphia Eagles fan that I've encountered that I was able to have a civilized conversation with, I hope you lose by 10 trillion points on Super Bowl Sunday. Hope you lose by 6 touchdowns. I think y'all gonna win though. Fuento, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Fuento writes, not gonna lie, I'm not too optimistic about next year. How much in free agency or the draft, aside from like 3 guys plus a harder schedule. That's the, devil's advocate. I like that you played devil's advocate because so many people just go straight to, oh, we got a bunch of cap space. Oh, Adam Peters is a beast, which he is. And we'll be back next year. Well, we'll see about that. Schedule's tougher, right? No telling if next year's team gels and has the continuity that this team has. No telling if we're as healthy, right? Like, these are all factors that we were a relatively healthy team. Yeah, we had nicks and bruises like everybody, but we didn't have a bunch of guys on IR like we did in past years. We didn't have a bunch of those season-ending injuries. Hell, the one season-ending injury that we thought we had that was going to be impactful, Jonathan Allen, he came back and played. Noah Brown hurt, but Diami stepped up. And it's Noah Brown. It's not like it was Antonio Brown. So at the end of the day, you can't just assume we'll be back here next year. But I'll say this about the schedule. You don't know who's going to be good next year. You have no clue. So not really tripping about the schedule being tougher because you don't know who's good and who's not going to be good. But I get where you're coming from. NTV Prairie Boy, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I'm joining late. You're going to have to hold off on my song. The ruler not quite back yet. I guess you had the ruler is back. I guess you had that one queued up and we didn't get to it, huh? I had so much shit ready if we won this game. Man, I told you, the football guys be like, bro, until you already have a humble mindset, I can't let you have nothing nice because you don't know how. You should have seen the shit I had planned, bro. I was going to be so extra and over the top. And never mind. I was about to lie. I ain't going to lie. I was about to say, and I wasn't even going to mess with Eagles. Yes, I was. I had a whole, I had a lot planned, man. God, I had a lot planned. Well, I can't never get my shit off, man. Just wasn't my time. Not yet, at least. Mike Jink, my guy. Been a member for 27 months. No Q, Mitch slander. Go sit with Terry and deal with it. Yeah, I got to. That was some bitch ass shit he did. Like like I said, I didn't even like when we tried to, do the whole Kirk Co-Chains thing. Like, that's whack. Go get your own celebration. Go do your thing, right? Like, that's corny to me to go and mock somebody because he cooked you the last time. You mad? Clearly he was mad in his feelings. You mad? Shit happens, bro. Like, whatever. Go sit with Terry and deal with it. By the way, your wardrobe doesn't look black, LOL. Because I'm not dressed in all black like the Omen because I'm not celebrating or, I'm not mourning today. We celebrating. I told the fans we would celebrate. No need, and I intentionally didn't put on black today. Didn't put the black backdrop up because we made it to the NFC Championship game. We have no reason to hold our head down, no reason to be sad, other than not getting to the Super Bowl. But this was a successful season. This is year one. You didn't have this season, year one of Jalen Hurts. Now, did you? You lost to Tampa Bay in wild card weekend. So you didn't have this type of success. It's just the first year. The first of many to come. We're looking forward to it. Exo Keys. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Says Louie T. Denny's open, bro. Yeah, it was open. We was broke though. We ain't had no money to spend. It was open. Oh boy, was it ever. It was open. JD5 was ready to do y'all in, and De'Ami Brown and Austin Eckler. You can't do great shit, epic shit with basic people. I hate to be that guy, but JD5 was ready to do epic shit, and he had basic people around him. And you can't do epic shit with basic people. Oh, he wanted to score 40 on your ass today, and he could have. He could have. He just ain't. He ain't had a horses around him, and it's okay. So year one, got 36 on y'all the time before this, but he needed dudes to not fumble the football, and I would have loved to have seen what it would have looked like. Y'all had problems dealing with him. Still, Denny's was open. It definitely was open, but what I didn't know was we had our own whole Denny's, not only grand opening for our Denny's, but we was giving away food. That I didn't know was happening simultaneously. But we don't have a number one defense. Denny's was definitely open. I just didn't know. I didn't know it was us with the grand opening. Grand opening, grand closing. Didn't know it was us. I do now. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, we got 5, Lou. Let me get the whole joint. Man, why are you trying to get me to do that today? I don't feel like doing that shit, Sonny. Why are you trying to get me to do that? I'm gonna hit you with the joint before I get out of here, man. Let me keep going through these super chats, man. You trying to get me to feel nice and smile and shit. I ain't in no smiling mood, man. Haval, but if it's one dude I'll do it for, it's 5 because he gave us a shot today. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Mind-boggling stat to me. 10 turnovers versus the Eagles in 3 games. I thought it was 10. It was 5, it was 4, and then it was 1. But I told y'all the Eagles hunt the football. I told y'all that. That's one thing I love about the Eagles. Jalen Carter is a menace. He forced another fumble today. Oren Burks forced one. Nope, he didn't force one today. Oren Burks forced one. They gave credit to Zach Bond, but it wasn't Bond. I think it was Cooper DeJean that forced the first one against De'Ami Brown. And then the special teams one is self-inflicted, but they hunt the football. I love that about the Eagles. We don't. I complain about it all the time. We don't hunt the football. If a fumble gets forced by us, it's by luck. The only fumble I think we forced all year that was like intentional was Mikey Sainrisville pulling the ball out of the hands of Tony Pollard against the Titans and recovering it. That's the only fumble that I think like somebody actively went after the ball, stripped it, got it out, and we recovered. We forced the fumble of Dallas Goedert in the first game. We didn't recover it though, right? We never recover the fumbles that we force. And then we don't force enough fumbles. So other 17 games combined, only 8. Shit is so mind-boggling that I can't believe I typed this. That's the shit that's crazy, bro. Like, we played our worst games against the Eagles, but that's not a coincidence. They're good on defense. Not good to the point where, and remember I said, is your defense really good? We were moving the ball. We had over 400 yards of total offense against the Eagles. It's 77 plays on offense. And it wasn't garbage time. The first drive of the game was 18 plays. It wasn't garbage time. The problem was we turned it over. And you got to give the Eagles credit for that. We didn't just make a mistake. They forced fumbles, bro. They made plays. Like, you got to give them credit for that. Austin Eckler gets up and Oren Burke goes over and punches that bitch. He didn't just make, like, we would have just tried to tackle him. He went over there and punched that hoe out his hand. Give me that shit, nigga. Give me that shit. Ten turnovers in 3 games. And I told people, I was like, you can't expect to do that every time you play Philadelphia and beat them. Because you beat them with 5 turnovers. You think you're going to do it again? Nah, take this 55 piece. And you know, that's what, you know what Eagles fans will say. See, that's what we would have done the first time. If he didn't get hurt, y'all wouldn't have beat us. So I ain't going to play that game with them. But that's, I mean, it's there. If they want to run with that, this is here's the opportunity to run with it. I ain't trying to hit a shit. I don't give a shit. You know, we did beat y'all last year. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But next year, it'll be a different song. More talent, better quarterback, different results. That's what I'm saying. We'll see what happens, though. Mo Els, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The Great Watubi, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, thanks, Lou. You made the season extra great. No, thank you for the support, man. This has been a hell of a ride, and I enjoyed every step of this journey, every twist and turn of this ride, every peak, every valley, every streak, good or bad. It all led to this. It all led to being in championship weekend. It all did. Joe, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Joe writes, I really wanted to hear JD voice with the America's Game documentary theme song playing, but I'm going to miss all your weekly game videos, Lou. I'm gonna miss doing them. I never got this far in CNN before. Like, we're gonna have a 22.1 episode, and that's it. That's the last one. I never made it to 22. I never had made it to 21 before. 20 was as far as I had ever gone. So to make it all the way to 22, it's crazy. That's the goal. Now that's the standard now. Like, got to make it back to 22. Next time, make it all the way through to 23 and then to 24, because that means you made it to the Super Bowl. I'm gonna be honest with you though. This run has changed me. I'm a changed man. I told myself I was gonna do some things. If we won the Super Bowl, I'm gonna do them anyway. Y'all about to see some changes in me. You'll know when you see them. This run has reinvigorated me. I got juice like you couldn't believe. This shit was epic, bro. And I'm ready to. They turned their shit up. I'm finna turn my shit up. I'm ready. I'm ready. They inspired me. Next level shit. DQ talking about leveling up. I'm finna level up. They leveled me up. I didn't even know that I needed to level up, but they told me, bro, level your shit up. So I'm finna do that. I wanted an America's game. I wanted one so bad for this season. This season deserved an America's game. It did. It really did. After we just heard the story, y'all heard the story of Dan Snyder not wanting to sell the team, not wanting to give them his bank account information, trying to sabotage the deal. And Joe Gibbs, thank God for Joe Jackson Gibbs, had to come in and save us once again. Man, I love me some Joe Gibbs. God, I love that man. They're in a bigger legend. I'm saying this right now, and I'm going to protest if this shit don't. We need a effing Joe Gibbs statue outside of the next stadium that's built. We need to tell goddamn Josh Harris and company, you build that stadium, we need 2 statues, Sean Taylor and Joe Gibbs. And if you say you can only get one, we need a Joe Gibbs statue outside of the stadium. Make that shit happen. And I want Joe, I hope he lived long enough, because, you know, the stadium ain't getting built for another 6-7 years. Joe 84. How much longer is he going to hold on? I don't know. But I want Joe here to see the statue, and I want him to know how much we really do appreciate him and we cherish him. He is Washington football. He personifies that shit. And that makes it even more so why I wanted a America's game. Because Dan tried to jerk us. Snyder, that is. And Gibbs had to get him to sell. It have made it that much more special. Right. It wasn't our time. It wasn't meant to be. Moels, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. We'll be back. Sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger. We'll be back. 100 million in cap. AP gonna cook HTTR. That's the hope. Can't be assured of anything. Can't guarantee anything, but that's the hope. That's the hope. Zaydu, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Zaydu writes, this was one hell of a recalibration. Boy, was it ever. But we will be back next year. I was possibly at this game, but Louie made me laugh. Anybody, anywhere, anytime. The 8 straight offsides penalties by Louie. Yo, that shit was comical. I've never heard an official say, we've warned, a team, and we will, we can award a touchdown if this keeps happening. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, Whatever, dude. Give him a touchdown then. If that's how you feel, give him a fucking touchdown. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna try to time it. Look, it's a cheating ass play. I'm gonna try to time this shit up. And if they want to keep going hard count, so be it. I keep jumping over the top. That's the only way we're gonna stop him. If somebody grab him before he gets going. You wanna give him a touchdown? Give him a fucking touchdown. They're gonna score anyway. Unless they fumble the damn snap. They almost did. That shit's rare. They ain't gonna fumble. They're gonna score a touchdown. Frankie was the only dude that came to play today. Frankie was the only dude defensively that came to play today. Big Swerve. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Big Swerve writes, Lou, was an honor kicking with you again tonight, my G. Likewise, man. Likewise. Looking forward to much more endeavors to come. Like we've said once, it will be that much sweeter when we get that ultimate goal. I mean, this season was that much sweeter. And you felt it. So imagine what it's going to feel like. It'll be 10 times the euphoria of this season. And this season was euphoric. Hashtag all hail. Hashtag HTTC. Man, it was a pleasure kicking it with you, Big Swerve. I mean, you guys made this loss palatable. You guys made this loss sting just a bit less. It was a pretty vicious loss, but you know, you guys coming out, sharing that moment, you know, the moments that were positive, that early on when Terry scored that touchdown, it was so loud in that bar. Like, for that one moment, we thought we had a shot. We really did. Like, I thought we were going to win, bro. It wasn't until the Austin Eckler fumble where I was like, yo, we about to lose. That was the first time where I conceded. I was the one trying to get everyone to see, we're not going to quit. We're not going to lose this game. You got to stay in it. And JD5 was trying to. But those others had plans. McNichols and Tiami and Eckler, they had other plans. That Terry touchdown, and I called it. I said, hey, 17, it's about to get real scary, and he catches a slant and goes for the touchdown. And that place erupted, bro. Erupted. We'll get back. Appreciate you coming out and kicking it with us. Big Swerve. Rich, been a member for 38 months. Salute. Who writes, what a season. Hate the L, yet proud of where we got. Yeah, again, kind of hard to see it right now, but facts, you know, facts. Big season for sure. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Who writes, damn, Lou. Damn. Damn is right. I owe you the entire I Got 5 on it remix. I'm going to give that to you at some point. Stick with me. I got you. But I'm in the moment right now. So just give me a second. I'll get it for you. Silver Fox 52. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Lou, I feel numb, but hopefully all of the future as I wanted one thing before the season, and that was to secure the QB position, and we did that. I think we all, like, I can agree with you, Silver Fox. Like, the biggest thing that I was looking for heading into the season was, hey, can we say we walking away here with a quarterback? We got our guy. We don't have to look anymore. Search is over. Well, we established that a long time ago. Now let's build around him. We will retool, go hunting moving forward. Hashtag HTCC, hashtag raise hell. Agreed, Silver Fox. I agree. I agree. We walked away with our guy, and we feel good about where we are. Now we got to go get the pieces to build around him. Reggie T, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Dave, for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I guess I'll feel okay in a few days, but now between pissed and shocked. I think that's right about where I am, and I think you're spot on. Give me a couple of days, and I would have been able to decompress, and I'm good, right? Right now, I'm pissed because this wasn't the outcome we were looking at. Shocked that we gave up 55 points, and we pseudo quit, and we didn't play our best football, and we beat ourselves. So, yeah, that's a good way of describing it, Reggie. Good way of describing it. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Chris writes, my beloved Burgundy and Gold family, I love y'all to death. Lou, I'm upset, but yet still happy and hopeful for the future. Chef AP is going to be back in the kitchen tomorrow, cooking up a 5-course meal. And that's the thing that has me hopeful, is that I know we got good people in place that's going to make sure that this thing continues this upward trajectory. It's going to continue on that path because of the people we have in charge. Like when you have a one-off, a flash in the pan, it's because you don't have the right people in the organization to help sustain that and keep it going. We do. So this wasn't a one-off. We'll be back. And we'll be back with more reinforcements the next time around. Won't just be 5 trying to do it on his own. AP is going to do wonders in that kitchen. J Mart, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, great season, horrible outcome. Until we can beat Dak and Jalen straight up, Jalen, I assume you mean. We got work to do. Thoughts on Marshawn Lattimore next year? Extremely upset. I want to see him next year fully healthy, full off season. You know, that's what I want to see. You know, I'll be honest with you. It didn't look great at times. That 4th and 5 pissed me off. You know, it was poor technique. He let AJ Brown beat him off the snap. He ducked his head, which slowed him down. He couldn't catch up. He didn't have the recovery. Like the Marshawn Lattimore I knew has recovery speed to get back in that play. He couldn't catch up with AJ Brown. AJ Brown is a 4-5 receiver. He couldn't catch up with him. And that's why I'm like, I need him fully healthy. So I'm going to give him an opportunity. It ain't like this man 35. He's still in the prime of his career. He has the makeup speed to be able to get back in that play and rake at the arms and knock that football down. And he couldn't do it. So I need him fully healthy. I need Marshawn Lattimore fully healthy. So hopefully we'll get to see that next year. I'm extremely upset as well. Kevin the PRF, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, early supers are in. Was happy with our interior O-line, but road grading guard is on my wish list. Find me a Trey Johnson, Lou. Trey Johnson. I love Trey Johnson, man. Loved him. Find me a left tackle before you worry about a road grading guard. But I did love me some Trey Johnson. Real quick, before we head over there, Daily Grinders, let me give you another shout out and some love for you sponsoring, or excuse me, donating to the watch party. Again, Daily Grinders, really, truly do appreciate you. Big shout out to Daily Grinders for holding the kid down. Same could be said for T-Can. Thank you so much for your support and blessing us with the watch party and giving a donation. Really, truly appreciate you. T-Can and Daily Grinders, you guys are awesome. Really, truly do appreciate the two of you. Let's get to X. I had to stay off X because you know the Eagles fans was coming after me. Some kind of vicious, which I knew was coming. So I ain't really been on. I ain't really been on it like that. All right, Kevin the PRF. Lord, I need to charge my phone up. I need to charge my phone. All right. Sakina B, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB. Sakina. Got the charger now, so we good now. Uh-oh. There we go. Hold on. All right. Plug the phone up. We back in business. All right. Sakina B, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB. Mob, you know what to do. Show Sakina B some love. Welcome them with open arms. Welcome to the squad. Sakina B. GT7. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. GT7 writes, an embarrassing performance is rough to handle. It is. That's the thing that if we'd have lost this game by one score, I would have been disappointed, but I would have been like, yo, way to go out on your shield. I mean, we pretty much gave the ass up tonight. We looked so sluggish. 3 turnovers led to 21 points, and allowing a 1-yard run TD set the tone of the game. That one touchdown for 60 yards. I mean, you go on this long, methodical march of a drive. You get 3 out of it, and then the first play is a 60-yard touchdown run. I mean, have some pride about yourself. Like I said, this reminded me of the early season tackling, not the shit we had seen here of late. And tackling was among the items at the top of my list of things we needed to do well to give us a chance. And we didn't do it well. Not scoring when the D created a 3 and out in the third was very detrimental. I literally said that at the watch party. I said, hey, here's the checklist of things we need to do to make a comeback. We were down 12 at halftime, 27-15. First things first. Get a defensive stop. They get the ball to start the second half. We can't give up points. What did defense do? Come out, play inspired ball. You know, Dorrance Armstrong with a sack. And what we do? Get the football and JD5 take a sack on second down, and that drive was dead. Like, you can't waste a defensive stop from the defense. You know you ain't getting them shits. But so often, you got to do something with it. When they missed the field goal after Frankie got that sack, what we do? Score a touchdown. That's what you got to do when the defense give you an opportunity. That was a good super. GT7. Jared Fromm. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, you told me I had to sing to apologize to B-Rob after last game, 11 carries, 36 yards. Now I need you to apologize because B-Rob ain't it. He can go. Great season, but this really puts a stain on it. Jared, you really think this was just all B-Rob? Again, he didn't have a lot of lanes to run it through, right? I will say this. B-Rob is far from dynamic. I've been advocating for years for a speed back. Years. Ever since they drafted Bryce Love in the 3rd round, who never played a single down for us. I've been advocating for a speed back for a very long time. That said, B-Rob serves a purpose. He serves a purpose. And I didn't like the way they came out. They came out with the intention of JD5 having to lead us to victory instead of saying, hey, we're going to be balanced today. We didn't get a run until the 9th play of the first drive. We didn't get a run until the 9th play. We needed a 4th down conversion to get a run. The first run. 11 carries for 36 yards ain't it. You're not wrong. That ain't going to beat nobody. But, excuse me, the effort wasn't there. We had 77 plays and he only has 11 carries. The math ain't mathing. And you can't tell me he only had 11 carries because he only had 36 yards. The diversity wasn't there in the run game. They didn't try to trick the Eagles. Hey, we're just gonna run the read option and just give it to them. Well, we had Chris Paul in the game. Who you think Chris Paul moving in the run game? Where we running to? You got to trick them. You can't just line up and run the ball with Chris Paul at guard. Come on, Jared. You know better than that, man. Come on. You know, I would apologize if it was warranted. Zacchaeus Majet III. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, every time De'Ami Brown wins me over, he does something to lose me again. It has happened multiple times. This time I thought we had a true number 2. Now, you might have gone a little too far by thinking we had a true number 2, but he was posing as a number 2. And I loved the way he was portraying that position, but we knew he wasn't a true number 2. He's a number 3 at best in this league. And he had stepped up and De'Ami did some good things in this game, but that's the second time against the Eagles he's fumbled this year. And that wasn't even a good fumble. Like the Austin Eckler joint, you're like, shit, bro. You just getting up is tough because when you get up, you're not protecting the ball. You trying to get up off the ground. And so that was a great punch. But the De'Ami shit was a punch that missed, and then he just pulled his arm down, and it's just like, bro, you got 2 dudes on you. Just cover the shit up. Easier said than done, I know, but golly. Rob, you've been a member for 41 months. Yaka. Great season, but just ran into a more talented team. All the turnovers were bad, but one on the kickoff return before half was devastating. I said that Eckler one was the most devastating, but yeah, that one before half was pretty rough because you were only down 8 at that time, and we were gonna get some points before the half. You know we were. And that made it 12 or 15, actually. 27-12, and we ended up getting a field goal before half to make it somewhat respectable. I ain't see it coming. Turnovers were a killer in this game. Shadow Striker 789. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, you cannot convince me our first pick should not be a D tackle. You can't. I want our first 3 picks to be linemen on either side, paycheck thieves. It's not. I can assure you it won't be a defensive tackle in the first round. Allen, Payne, Newton, and those three are all under contract next year. So unless they plan on trading one of them, don't look for it. I actually thought Sheldon Day was good this year. If you wanted to bring him back, I would be okay. I'm not telling you they won't draft a defensive tackle. It just won't be early. Unless there's an elite tackle there, defensive tackle that is, that they feel really good about, and somehow he drops to 29, which I don't see happening. GT7, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Zach, Louvu, and JD5 showed up. 3 receptions for Terry equals losing football. Damn, that was unexpected for sure. We saved our worst game for tonight. Regardless, I love the team for this season. Same here. And yes, getting the ball to Terry has been important. I think the statistic was when Terry has, I think the number was either 9 or 12 targets and 5 or 6 receptions, then we're undefeated or something to that effect. But speaking of which, let's just, for the sake of saying, see how many times Terry was targeted and how many catches he had. Terry was targeted 7 times, which is not nearly enough. 3 catches, 51 yards and a touchdown. Diami, 3 catches, 42. I asked for a certain amount of catches from the others and a certain amount of yards to go with those catches. I didn't get it. Literally, Terry has 51 yards. Ertz has 104. 14 catches for 155 yards between the two. 14 catches, 155 yards between Terry McLaurin and Zach Ertz. Jaden Daniels threw for 255. They had 155 between the two of them. It's not okay. It's not okay. CGM87, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? Great season, but ugly finish. Still no shame in reaching Final Four. Defense needs a lot of that 100 mil overhaul. Chances to bring back Bobby and Marcus. I think Bobby's going to be back. Marcus, I think he's gone. Served his purpose here, did what he needed to do. Going to head to another team. Maybe get an opportunity to start as a bridge to start the season off. I think that's what he might be looking for. I'd love to have both of them back. Bobby, I think, is a shoo-in to be back. Marcus, not so much. But we'll see. Stephen Combs, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, these wounds will heal. Facts. Moving on, not taking a consolation prize today. The only way forward is to get better and win. In the end, that's all that matters. Love to share this with you guys. HTTR. You're right. That's a great super chat, Stephen. A lot of gems you dropped on our melon just now. GT7, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. GT7. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Well, actually, you'd already doubled up. I don't remember saying it that time, so I did now. GT7 writes, Eckler's fumble was a field goal kick to the balls. That one hurt because I thought that was the opportunity for us to make this a ball game, and he took that from us. Jorn, been a member for 34 what? Man, Lou, I wanted this one bad. We will be back. I think we all wanted that one bad. We all wanted it bad. Thanks, Kevin, the PRF. Going commando. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, man, Lou, this hurts. Yeah, it does. God, man. You get all the way here. You're this close. You can reach out and you can touch the Super Bowl. You right there. But it's a new kind of pain. Spot on. Facts. It's a different kind of pain, and it's one that you don't mind absorbing because you know this type of pain is going to lead to the kind of joy that we're looking for. Joy and pain, sunshine and rain. You know that joy is coming. We just took care of the pain part. The joy is coming. Dare I say good pain. This ain't like going to the gym and being sore. This is some pretty significant pain, but it's pain that you have to go. You don't have to, but yeah, everybody loses. I haven't found somebody that just wins. Mahomes wins a lot, but I just told you he lost his first AFC championship. So almost like you got to go through this pain, right, to have the success. Dissatisfied with not winning the Super Bowl, expectations have been raised head up. And I talked about like the expectation piece and how you got to understand that next year is going to be different because you're not going to be okay with, just making the playoffs or fighting. Like next year, you're going to expect to win the division. The expectation is going to be totally different next year. Totally different. Layla Brown, double up, thank you for doubling up. And yeah, Louie, definitely hate Philly more than Dallas. It's cinched for me. I can't stand the Eagles more than Dallas now. They've surpassed Dallas for me as public enemy number one. I can't speak for nobody else, and I'm not putting that on nobody else. That's just me talking. You ain't got to vibe and rock with what I'm talking about. But for me, I fucking hate Philadelphia with every fiber of my being, to the point where I ain't going to say what I was about to say. That's unnecessary. CGM 87. Just know I can't stand their ass. And Dallas, they're a joke. They're laughable now. The Eagles, they where it's at. And they fans, they hit me like no other fans. They fans ain't shit. CGM 87, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? 100 mil can fix this D. As much as we're upset, could be Dallas fans with Schottenheimer. He might be their Zorn. He feels like their Zorn. But the difference is he was in Dallas. Zorn wasn't here. We hired him as our offensive coordinator and then made him the head coach when the John Fossil thing fell through, or Jim Fossil thing fell through. And so he could be their Jim Zorn. It feels like a Jim Zorn-esque hire, but I guess only time will tell. It's a good one, though. CGM 87. Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Davis writes, boy got that 6 month on the chat. We on your ass. I had to do it for the dogs, them. I had to do it for the people in the chat because, again, it wasn't for me. I don't see your chats. I don't see y'all comments. I'm not the one fighting y'all in the comment section. It was for my true soldiers out there that be in the field, that just they need a night to not have to deal with the clowns. Like the Eagles fans, they remedial. Remember when Day tried to get out the car and he still had the seatbelt on? That's Eagles fans. They remedial. They slow. So they relish these type of opportunities, right? with they third grade education. They gonna come in here talking crazy. They got plenty of time to do that. And we got to take our L. Tonight wasn't the night. And I didn't want them to have to deal with that. Again, it ain't me who got to deal with it. I'm talking to people. I'm looking at the super chats. I ain't looking at the comment section. I ain't the one having to fend off Eagles fans who ignorant, who gonna be just spamming and talking shit. Just Commanders fans needed one night to just be able to reflect on the season that was. It was something else. Other fan bases not gonna understand this. You an Eagles fan, you're not gonna understand this. You're not gonna understand what we've been through. You're not a Commanders fan. You didn't have worthless ownership for 30 years. You're not gonna get what we went through and what this season meant. So this ain't gonna hit you like it hit us. So you're not gonna understand. So I ain't really talking to you. I'm talking to them because you don't get it. But you've been here long enough so you earn the right to be in this conversation and hear what I'm saying because you've been subbed up for long enough. Them clowns that ain't been subbed up long enough, that want to just come here and troll, you go sit on the goddamn sideline. You'll get your chance. But again, I'm explaining this to you as if it matters. It doesn't really matter. What matters is my fellow burgundy and gold brethren and sistren. That's what matters. That's what matters to me, at least. You're not a part of that. So you're not going to get it. But y'all deserve to be on. Y'all put 55 on our heads. You deserve to be on our ass. Pause. Y'all deserve to be there. And we're going to take our lumps. We're going to take our lumps. We made it to the NFC Championship game. We ain't got no reason to hang our head. Not one. Now, the 55 points, that's a whole different ordeal. Going Commando, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Going Commando writes, was hesitant with Ertz returning because of his age, but how can you not now? And I'm sorry, I can't defend Witt anymore because of talent. No excuse. I want to see what he does when he's actually got talent. Like you can only do so much on defense without talent. Like we were devoid of talent on defense. Offense, you can make it up because there was a JD5. There's no JD5 on defense. You can't. Like if there was a Micah Parsons, you'd be like, all right, look, scheme that shit up around him and figure it out. We don't have one of those on defense. So you gotta give him a shot, man. Like this defense was, I told y'all, I said, every team we play in the playoffs, this defense will be at a disadvantage. We're not talented on that side of the football. We're not. It literally, in this game, was Frankie Louvu and everyone else. And I thought some of the guys on the D-line, Allen and Dorrance Armstrong, and guys flashed, but it was really Frankie Louvu. The secondary was awful in this game. This was their worst. I bet you, grade-wise, this was the secondary's worst grade game, collectively as a group. From the first play with Quan Martin and Jeremy Chin both missing Saquon, to Chin having the pass interference, to Marshawn Lattimore having a pass interference, to Mike Samer still just getting cooked the entire day, being too damn far off, and not making the type of plays we've seen him make before. It was a rough go of it for our secondary. We struggled, man. The only guy that I don't recall having his name called a ton was Noah Igbenogany, but that doesn't mean he was good. That just means he was covering Jahan Dotson. Anyway, I'm gonna give Joe Witt the benefit of the doubt. And Ertz, hey, you got a spot if you want it, bro. It's all yours. Drinkable Measy, Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Drinkable Measy writes, would you upgrade from B-Rob? Not from him. I would add to B-Rob. I would add to B-Rob. J-Mart, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I'm praying to sustain making the offs for years to come. We are about to be a triple P. That's the goal. To be a triple P. That's the goal. 16 Double Dot. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, obviously very disappointed though. As am I. We fumbled the game away. Literally. Figuratively and literally fumbled the game away. I told my son that the first thing we need this offseason is left tackle, second, a good pass rusher. You would be correct, sir. My first goal is to protect JD5 and try to open up some lanes in the run game. But most importantly, protect your most important commodity, and that's JD5. So how do you do that? By getting him adequate protection. So he doesn't have to run around back there like a chicken with his head cut off, or on a fourth down with the game, pretty much hanging in the balance. If you don't convert, this is over. Have Nolan Smith catch him from the backside because Brandon Coleman lost again. And we definitely need pass rusher. Anytime Cleveland Farrell is one of your starting defensive ends, you have an issue that needs to be rectified. William Rogers Jr. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, hold on. Get this right. Been a member for 30 months. Writes, would you trade Allen or Payne for extra picks? Not both. One. Because you need one of them. I think Allen holds the most value because he only has 1 year left on his deal. So you can give him a shot. And then if he plays well, you can sign him to an extension. If he doesn't, you move on. I think he might have the most value, but we'll see. Would I trade Allen or Payne? I say you should be actively listening, right? People want to make calls and kind of check the pulse. I would be listening, but would I be advocate? Like, would I be actively shopping them? No. But if the phone rings and somebody's like, yo, is Jonathan Allen available? I'd be like, I'm listening. Then if they talking stupid, you like, nah, I'm good. They talking with some sense. I think you might have to entertain that. Going Commando. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I love some fans going back to defending B-Rob after one game out of the last 6 or 7. He can stay as a backup. McNichols can go. Eck has upside at least. Eck has upside. Eck is 86 years old. What do you mean he has upside? Eck is who he is. B-Rob isn't a backup. He's just not a primary back. He should be a 1A or a 1B. That's what B-Rob should be. McNichols can go, and Eck, he serves a bunch of different roles, but when Eck was out, I was like, yo, I can find somebody to do the Eck role. Monty Willis the fifth. Thank you for the super sticker. Really appreciate you, Monty Willis the fifth. All right. Let's get to the next comment. Before we do that, Calvin Creme de la Creme. Let me fill up my cup. I'll be right back after these messages. All right. I'm back. Got my sorrow juice. Let's get back to business. Calvin Creme de la Creme. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes 2024 GM, check. Coach, check. QB, check. High scoring offense, check. Playoffs, check. Playoff wins, check. Things I'm looking for in 2025. Division, improve run defense, Super Bowl win. I mean, and there's more things you could go into, but I mean, the inability to stop the run felt like our downfall. Like we would go through all of the stats. I would do this every week with y'all. And the thing that would always stick out like a sore thumb, everything would be like middle of the pack to elite, right? Like we're talking, we're fifth in this. We were third in pass defense this year. Third, right? Yards given up. And you would look at all these stats and you would be like, okay, we're 13th in this total defense, 13th, and you're, eighth and tied for eighth in sacks. And, you go down and then you get to 30th in the league in run defense. 30th. What am I supposed to do with that? Like, I can't get jiggy with this shit. Then you playing against the number 2 rush offense in football. Like, 30 versus 2. It was a clear mismatch. So I get approving the run defense. I get it. For sure. It's DC. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you who writes. As much as I wanted to win and go to the Super Bowl, I've never had so much fun since I started watching in 2009. My optimism is through the roof. And your story is replicated and duplicated amongst the fan base 25,000 times over. It's a lot of fans that for them, they was like, yo, I don't really give a shit what happens. This is already the best season I've ever seen. And so I get it. I get it. Optimism should be through the roof. Mine is too. It's just hard to get to that point where I'm willing to talk about that right now because we were 60 minutes away from the Super Bowl. So it's just hard for my brain to compartmentalize and, move that aside and just focus on the positives. I'm stuck. We gave up 55 points and my brain is stuck, but the optimism should be through the roof. I agree. Mine is still high, ridiculously high. Zaydu, double up, thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Louie jump over the line reminded me of that dude who tried to jump over the judge's bench. Yeah. Good one. It did. Either way, this year you brought a lot of joyful moments. Thanks. What a year it was. Thank you guys for making this thing what it was. Cheers. This was a good year. And this wasn't just a good year. This was a great year, man. Who am I kidding? So many epic moments, so many games that in past years we would have ended up on the short end of the stick. So many years where the season would have crumbled. That 3-game losing streak would have broke most teams that we rooted for. It would have broke any Rivera team. It would have broke them. Any Gruden team, it'd have broke them. Not this group, though. A lot of moments, man. This season was really fun. John Cedillo, my guy John, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. John writes, sup, Lou? Sorry for the absence. No need to apologize. Congrats on making it this far. Certainly a lot to be excited, proud for this season. Stepped away as there wasn't much to say with the lost season. Many dark days ahead. Again, I wish I could say that I feel sorry for Cowboys fans, but I don't. I feel sorry for you, though, John, because you're a good dude. And it feels a lot like when Commanders fans had to endure Dan Snyder. And it was as I won't say a wise man because I don't consider him a wise man, but as a man once said, some good people on that side. There's some good people over there, but y'all voices get drowned out by the foolishness. But always good to hear from you, John. And thank you for the well wishes and the kind words. But we were 60 minutes away from the Super Bowl. Let that sink in. Red Wing 01, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Red Wing 01, always good to hear from you. Disappointing finish, but man, what a season this was. We finally got our guy, and AP can now put the finishing touches to the roster. I wouldn't say finishing touches, but I would say AP can start to really make his imprint. Like last year was incredible because of the amount of turnover, but a lot of them were 1-year deals, prove it deals. You know, it wasn't guys that they clearly believed in, or else they would have gotten multi-year deals. So now the next step is adding in veterans that have like 2 or 3 more veterans that have 3-4 year, not 4 because they haven't signed anybody to a 4-year contract, but a 3-year deal, right? Add veterans that have, you know, good football that are in their prime. Like Zach Ertz isn't in his prime anymore. Austin Eckler isn't in his prime anymore. Bobby Wagner isn't in his prime anymore. You want to sign veterans like Dorrance Armstrong and Frankie Louvu, who are going into the prime of their career. Tyler Biadasz, those 3-year deals represent guys that are in the prime or going into the prime of their career. And that's what we should be looking for in concert with killing it in the draft, which I have no doubts that Lance Newmark and AP are going to do that along with their scouts. So, yeah. If you're doing a checklist, a lot of things have been checked off the list. Ethan Dykes, my guy. Right. I was honestly dying, begging Louvu to jump over the line one more time. That ref talked to us like he was going to put us in timeout, and I wanted to say, bet, LOL. Bless me, God save me. I wanted to see him do it. Give him a touchdown. I wanted Louvu to jump over. Bobby Wagner went to every player on the defense and told them, do not move until they snap the ball. So Bobby didn't want to be the first team in NFL history to have the other team awarded a touchdown because we couldn't hold our water. But I wanted to see Frankie jump over the top again. I'm right there with you. Like, all right, do it. Give him a touchdown. I don't give a shit. They're going to score the hoe anyway. I wanted to see it. I ain't never seen a team be awarded a touchdown. Do it. Do it. Just Andre. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? We need speed at running back and cornerback so bad. We need speed at running back, not only speed at corner, but size at corner too. Lattimore is fine, but Mikey can go inside. He can go inside. I think that's where they envision him anyway. So I just hate the fact that I think he'll be better. So he'll be like Brian Branch on the inside. Out there on the outside where he was good, but he doesn't hold that top end speed. So because he knows his limitations, he plays off a ton. And it was just easy pitch and catch with AJ Brown. The touchdown, he was too far back. There was another play where AJ took a step, turned, and made himself available. And Hurts was like, shit, yeah, I'm going to take that. Checked it down to him. And next thing you know, 8-9 yard gain. And you're just like, come on, bro. So, yeah, we do need both of those positions. I would rank, if you can get one, running back ahead of corner. But I'm just so envious of what the Texans have with Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter. Kamari Lassiter, God, he's so good. I didn't even see that shit in college. That'd be the thing. It'd be misleading sometimes. John Cedillo, double up, Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? For the last part of my comment, I meant for Dallas. I knew you was talking about Dallas. Hiring Scotty shows we're unserious outfit. Shaking my head. I knew exactly what you was talking about. You didn't have to explain yourself. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? What year one deal players would you bring back? I would have to look at the list because I know it's quite a few guys that are at the wit's end of their contract. So I have to look at it. Jason Rogers, my guy, Uncle Jay. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Dave. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes? Damn. Mama Pain voice. Damn. Is right. Red Wings 01. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? They really have us the Super Bowl matchup that nobody wanted. That's some nasty work here. I don't want to hear any more talk of Allen or Payne getting cut or traded. You know how many NFL edits of Jaden Daniels or the NFL knows what he is. They realize what kind of a star he could be. They really wanted us in the Super Bowl, but they didn't show it with the way they officiated the game. But I'm not looking for any handouts. Can't fumble 3 times. Can't miss opportunities. We did all of that stuff. We sure did miss Payne today. I don't know how much he would have stopped that, but they put him at defensive end, and he was, a huge part. He was instrumental in slowing down Philadelphia in the Week 16 matchup, and he wasn't available tonight. So I know that must have killed him. That must have pained him to not be out there. Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Thank you for your generosity, your real kindness. I really appreciate that. Joe Rockhead writes, salute. Salute to you, Joe Rockhead. This is my indirect contribution to the party. I'm disappointed in the game, but not the brotherhood. I don't know what we will look like next season, but I know I trust the ones doing the job and look forward to the return of the Jedi 5. Hashtag HTTC. Calvin Creme de la Creme. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Lou, it's wild to think we won 10 games more than last year, from 4-13 to 14-6, and 2 playoff wins in just 1 year. Celebrate. And you know what else is crazy to piggyback off of that Calvin Creme de la Creme is they might have fixed it by now, but downtown Hampton. I was telling everybody in the watch party because I could see the faces amongst the crowd. They were pretty down at halftime. And I was trying to tell them we weren't out of the game, but they knew we were out of the game. But we weren't. We weren't out of the game until Austin Eckler fumbled. That was the one that put us away, pretty much. And I said to them, Think about where we were this time a year ago, 12 months ago. We were thinking about head coach, GM, quarterback, etc. To see where we are now, a year full circle, 1 year, and we did all of this. Sky's the limit for what we could do with another year and another year and another year, etc., etc., etc. We just 60 minutes away from the Super Bowl. That's the shit that is just like, But when you take a step back and you take that deep breath and you just woosah, you say, what a ride it was. From all the 40 burgers, the Carolina, the Cleveland, the Arizona, the Tennessee, to all of the Cleveland wasn't a 40 burger either, but close enough. We rested JD5 in the fourth quarter because we knew they couldn't score. To all of the close finishes, the Giants week 2, Cincinnati, which wasn't as close, but that throw in that moment, wow, right? The Bears and that play, and the Cowboys and that play, and plays that didn't go our way, like the Steelers game. But just seeing how this season unfolded and seeing the brotherhood come alive and guys really take to one another. It's going to be tough watching them exit interviews. Those are coming in about, they might be tomorrow. I think those exit interviews might be tomorrow. They clean out their lockers and dumb shit's going to be rough. I can't imagine them being more rough than the post-game, I've seen a couple of tweets of our beat writers like, yo, this locker room is sad, bro. It's sad. A lot of guys ain't never made it to this point. So I understand. Celebrate! We turned it around in 1 year, though. And we ain't going away. That's the one thing I can say. We ain't going nowhere. I can't guarantee you what next year is going to look like, but we got 5 on it. And as long as he's upright, he's healthy, we'll be around. We'll be around. CGM87, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. CGM87 writes, what are the chances Cliff goes to New Orleans or KC with a potential Reed retirement and reuniting with Mahomes? Reed ain't retiring, but if he does, yes, Cliff would be interested in that. Who wouldn't want that job? My guess is they would promote from within, though. It'd be like a Matt Nagy that takes over. I can't see them going outside the franchise. They don't strike me as one of those organizations that would do that, especially if Andy retired. It feels like Andy would have a say-so in who would be his replacement. But yeah, he's not going to New Orleans. I can assure you of that. Kansas City would be intriguing, but that's intriguing for anybody. But I just think they would promote from within. I think Cliff is back. So I'm not really concerned. Atomic Ant, been a member for 23 minutes. You close to that 2-year Annie. Who writes, only up from here. 5 elevated this team, hashtag HTTR. Only up from here. How high are you trying to go? How are you trying to go? Royal Stacks, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Royal Stacks writes, Lou, I don't know how to feel. I want to be happy for the season. By far the best season of my life. But we had an opportunity to reach the ultimate goal. Not a lot of people get that opportunity. Got to capitalize when you can. Man, you summed it all up right there. Like, opportunity was there. Got to seize it. Got to seize it. It was there. Donovan A. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Donovan A writes, disappointed but optimistic for the future. Hashtag HTTC. Disappointing is the perfect word to sum up tonight or yesterday afternoon. Like, there was this whole build up all week long. You're excited. Your team goes on a 18-play drive to start the game that settles for a field goal. In the first play from scrimmage defensively, you give up a 60-yard touchdown. Very optimistic for the future, though, because I told y'all before the season started, it's never going to be this bad. Like, the D-line is never good. Cleveland Farrell will never start another game for us. If things go the way that they're supposed to, Cleveland Farrell will never start a game for us. We'll see. Burgundy Fly Guy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, BFG. Right, Lou, I'm so proud of this team. As am I. May not feel like it, but I am. I wanted the Eagles to be the tip top. That was what I got. I really wanted to slay the dragon. Thank you for doing what you do, brother. No, thank you for the support, man. My guy, BFG. A lot of fans wanted the Eagles, and they because of what it meant and what they represented. I was like, nah, give me the Rams. I have no interest in the Eagles for a third time this season. They were the one team that I thought could handle us. And as it proved to be, they were exactly that. But I appreciate you, Burgundy Fly Guy. You lurking these days. I didn't even know you was over here hanging out. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Derek B writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. 5 deserve better. I agree. And you probably about to try to go deep on me. I was just talking about in this game. He deserved better. AP can't ignore the talent gap. 5's play has put him at the front office on the front office on notice. I mean, sure, but I think they wanted to be aggressive regardless. But I get it. Great season, but can't run it back as is. Rook left tackle equals stupid. I know you don't like it. You're not a fan of a rookie left tackle. What's your alternative? I mean, if they bring back Cornelius Lucas, who I think is a free agent, you could put him out there. I'm just not a fan of, well, I don't want a rookie out there, so I'm going to keep putting this garbage left tackle that's getting beat out there. That's AP won't just run it back. And it's not like he's content with, oh, we went to the championship game. Let me just get a bunch of apparel for their favorite teams and then go to school. Like, he understands what we got to do. AP is going to fill the gaps. But the problem is, are you going to be able to fill them all with veterans? No, some of them are going to be filled with young players, including potentially left tackle. I know you don't love it, but that may be, we might draft Tristan Wirfs in the first round or the second round. Okay, he can start as a rookie. So we'll see. Joshua Farish, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Another win is Okay. Another win is we've seen the last of Benjamin St. Juice. You think so? I know so. You're right. We have seen the last of Benjamin St. Juice. I'm not even gonna play that game. Not even gonna play that game. We absolutely have seen the last of him. It's the Wood. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes. Congrats to a wonderful season. Even though I want another ending, I keep thinking that this game was made a lot easier for the changes in year 2 recalibration HTTC. I can see why. I mean, a lot of times you're influenced by those around you, and man, $60 minutes away from a damn Super Bowl. You know how many things I had planned for this Super Bowl, man? I can't believe we not going to the Super Bowl. Somebody said something funny. One of the Eagles fans said something funny. I don't remember if it was something to the effect of we going to Cancun or something like that. We going to Cancun. They didn't say that. They weren't clever enough, but it was something to that effect where like we going to the house or we going to the couch. We going to the couch, something like that. Either way, it was funny. And I laughed at it. It was funny. It was funny. But we were supposed to be going to the bowl, man. It was supposed to be Mahomes and Daniels. It's like a rookie quarterback can't get out of the championship game to save his life, no matter what. It's like whatever deficiencies that roster has is magnified in the championship game. Ours definitely was. Calvin, creme de la creme. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Calvin writes, Lou, who's more important for this team moving forward? Choose one. Allen or Payne, Eckler or B-Rob, Noah Brown or Zacchaeus, Farrell or Armstrong. Allen or Payne. Wow. I would say I keep talking about Payne's age and being younger, and you know, Allen being out for so long might have gave him an advantage that everybody else didn't have, because when you out as long as he was, it allowed his legs to be fresh at the end of the year. I don't want to confuse that with, normal Jonathan Allen. Give me Deron Payne. Allen played well down the stretch though, but I think that might be a byproduct of his legs just being a little fresher than everybody else's. Eckler or B-Rob all day. It's nothing to talk about. Noah Brown or Zacchaeus? That's a good. That's the best one of the four you asked. Damn. I can definitely tell you Armstrong is better than Farrell, so that's not up for debate. I guess Noah Brown was more important, but yeah. Give me Payne, B-Rob, Brown, Armstrong. I love me some OZ though. Don't get it twisted, but that's how I would go with it. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Draft and develop offensive tackle. And start a professional. Again, easier said than done. It can be done, but easier said than done. You've already made your stance abundantly clear. You want the Eagles method where they draft a guy like Cam Jurgens, for instance. They knew Travis Kelce was their center until he decided he didn't want to be. And in doing that, when you're not sure, takes a while. But Eagles have a philosophical approach. They can draft a guy in the 4th round and let him sit a couple of years behind these veterans, and then when they need him, like a Tyler Steen, they can plug him in. We need a 3rd round pick to be starting for us, i.e. Brandon Coleman. Can you find a certain, like Cam Robinson, the Vikings traded for him? Like those kind of left tackles don't grow on trees and they're not often available. So again, what are we talking about? I'll play a rookie and I won't hesitate. If he's good enough, why not? I know you want the Eagles model where they draft and stash guys and let them sit for 2-3. That's not who we are. That's not what we've been. Don't expect it. But I know where you're coming from. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, Mr. Ron B. Hey, Lou, permit me to borrow one of your mantras. I'm a proud Washington fan, forfeited in my B&G. My loyalty will never die. It will never fold. You're going a ways back, right? You're going a ways back using that, but it will never fold. And years like this year strengthen our belief in this organization. Finesse the plug. Been a member for 11 months, writes, fun season, Lou. What can JD improve on this offseason? I think one of the biggest things he can continue to grow at is throwing on the move. And his receivers have to do a better job of making themselves available. Yeah, but he got some ginormous feet. So Rocky D. Been a member for 26 months. Who writes, seeing Jahan tweeting to the bowl throw. Let that man be happy in peace. He ain't had shit to do with the shit. He ain't even have a target today, I don't think. Let that man be happy, man. He ain't do nothing to us. When we traded him, I said I ain't got no hate in my heart for Jahan Dotson. None. The only thing that sucks is he just went to the Eagles. But I ain't got no hate in my heart for Jahan Dotson. He basic. And we know why he's not here. After seeing the wide receiver screen to Terry last week against the Lions, that's why Jahan Dotson's not here. So, like, I'm not even tripping. But good for him. Good for him. Jay Black, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jay Black writes, everyone into the pentagram, go Chiefs. How you not rooting for Kansas City? Like, I am the biggest Chiefs fan in 2 weeks. But I told you already, I don't think they're going to win. I already told y'all that. DJ23. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we now have an Eagles problem, 11 turnovers. I think we have more of a Dallas problem than an Eagles problem. We beat both teams, but we got a problem with both of them. But that's how it's supposed to be. They two of the better teams in the division, right? So it makes sense. I still think we got a Dallas problem. We could beat the Eagles. I still I confirm that. I mean, I don't confirm that. I feel like that's a real thing we can beat Florida State. Or excuse me, the Eagles. Was it 11? I thought it was 10. Did we have 2 in that first game? I thought we had 1 in that first game, 5 in the next game, and 4 this game. Whatever the case may be. We do have an Eagles problem. We do have an Eagle problem from turnover standpoint. That's facts. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Just Andre writes, my question is, why weren't we ripping the... I literally said that at the watch party. Like, the Eagles are going for the ball actively. We don't. Like, is there a reason why we don't attack the football? Like, don't talk to me about competition Thursday and, you know, Del Rio used to talk about turnover Thursday, and yet we didn't create any turnovers. That's what it's kind of feeling like. Like, when we gonna get one? That's what DQ and Witt were known for. It concerns me. Hopefully that changes next season. Noah Brown can go too. I mean, that's what we were, man. DQ, that's one of the things that's been the most disappointing this year. I talked about that. I like how we flew to the football, you know, hats to the ball, that sort of thing. But DQ's calling card was creating turnovers. That's what they did in Dallas all of his years. And for us to struggle in that department, I just didn't expect that. I'll say that. Noah Brown might be gone. I can't answer what guys are going to do. I know they like Noah Brown in that locker room. I know that. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Video channel writes, Saturday, I was having an extremely rough personal day. I was wearing Commander's gear and a fan came up to me and we talked shop. I really needed that. Gave me a peace at the moment, which helped work through my situation. You know, you never know where it's going to come from, but clearly you needed that. And I'm glad you got it. And that ain't nothing but God. I'm going to be honest with you. But I hope whatever was causing that personal strife that day, hopefully that's better now. That's my hope. And I pray that you've been delivered from that and that you're back to your normal self. But I digress. Glizzy McGuire. Shout out to Glizzy McGuire for meeting you today. It was a blast. Appreciate you coming out to the watch party. Look forward to chopping it up with you again. Thank you for making this season so exciting for us. Watch party was fun. Like you said, this is the weakest JD5 team we're going to see. Well, Cancun on 3. Don't be like Jada Daniels. Don't do that. LT, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. LT writes, be mad at the Giants for blessing Saquon a chip and a statue. I'm not mad. Again, the Giants didn't trade him to the Eagles. He chose Philadelphia because he's from the area. It made a lot of sense, but yeah, no. I think you're getting a chip. I think you're winning this week against the Chiefs. So I think you might be right. Spencer Creech, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Spencer writes, is the team sold on JD5 and Louvu draft running back and high-end draft? If a real dynamic back was available at, say, we're at 29, so say 58, assuming that we have our own second-round pick. I don't know. Team is definitely sold on JD5 and Louisville. Now, I think they should be looking for a running back. But I don't know about high in the draft. You might be able to get away with some lower round guys. That's what Adam Peters has built his career on. So, what you can't skimp on is the offensive line. So, I think that's where their focus will be. And if he hasn't played well enough, they might just run it back. They got to have a winner, right? It's no more ties or anything like that. So, Jay Black, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Can we ban the tush push ball was in the end zone? Bro, that shit is crazy. It's deadlocked. It's wild. General JD, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, the Lions was y'all Super Bowl. It's levels to this. You know what was crazy? There was Lions fans rejoicing in our loss. All I could do was smile. They was like, y'all put us out, so now somebody got to bless you and put you out. I personally, I'm the other way. If I lose, I want the person that beat me to be in the Super Bowl because I want to be able to say, well, shit, I lost to the eventual Super Bowl champion, but that's just me. So, and there is levels to this shit. We ain't ready yet. We proved that today, without question. George Smith, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. George writes, take command for life. Oh, excuse me. Here we go. Thanks again for the super, George Smith. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I have faith in 5 almost all offense. Great season, though. Thank you, Lou, for the consistent, amazing content. Best community in sports. We'll be back. That's what I try to foster. That's how I try to foster. And I agree, it's the best community in sports. That's what I was looking to create. Tony P56, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Fire everybody. Oh, to me. Love this team. F Philly. There you have it. I'm with it. JTF, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. JTF writes, thankful for the season. Bitter taste at the end, but I got a feeling Philly fans' arrogance will catch up to them and they will lose to Kansas City. Don't know about that, but gotta try something. I can't talk about arrogance. My confidence was on 12 going into this game. I thought we were going to win. So I can't look at somebody straight in the face and say, you were overconfident or you tripping or you're arrogant. I didn't think that we were going to lose. I didn't think there was any way we would lose this game. So there's that. But JTF, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, thankful for the season. Bitter taste at the end, but I got a feeling Philly fans' arrogance will catch up to them in the end and lose to Kansas City. I hope you're right about that. I hope you're right about that because I don't want to deal with them winning a Super Bowl and having them be one Super Bowl behind us because we're never going to hear the end of that. I think I skipped this one, so let me get this one. Spencer Creech, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Spencer writes, are the team show sold on Louisville, JD5 and Louisville draft running back high. Maybe I did read that one. I feel like I skipped that one, but now reading it, it feels like I read that before. Because I remember saying the team they've been sold on JD5. So, I read that one. I wasn't tripping. Felt like I was tripping, but I wasn't. Excuse me. George Smith, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I think I read that already. All right. So this is where we at. George Smith, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. I see y'all talking shit. Lou dusted. I'm good. I'm getting close. I ain't there yet. That's why I keep drinking this water. So I can get through this. I'm going to make it to the finish line. I deserve to be dusted. We gave up 55 points today. I should be dusted. Okay? If there was ever a night to be dusted, it'd be tonight. 55 goddamn points. This season wasn't supposed to end like this. Not with a 55 piece put on our skulls. Okay? I deserve to be dusted. If there was ever a night to be dusted, it'd be tonight. But I'm going to get through this thing. George Smith, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes. I know Quinn tried, Joe. I know we're limited as far as people, but how hard do we have do juice with? I feel like we haven't locked up anyone. Look, that was a little complicated to figure out what you were trying to say, but I think I can piece up enough of what you were trying to say. Bottom line is, yes, we didn't have enough talent. And do you love what Joe Wick called all the time? No. But let's keep it in its proper perspective. We had Cleveland Farrell starting at defensive end. We have a nickel corner starting at boundary. We have a nickel that was a former first-round pick who was brought here to be a special teams player starting at nickel. Now, he played well for us. Don't get it twisted, but we have the 30th ranked rush defense. And you want to complain about Joe Witt. Like, I don't understand what he's supposed to do. I wish I had an answer for you, but I don't. But give him some more talent and then see what happens. And if you don't like the product, then you can rail on him. That's how I feel. Eric Hill II, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, not keeping the ball in Five's hands hurt most. There were certain instances. There weren't too many where I was like, yo, like at the end when we were getting run and we started to try to run, I was like, come on, it's too late for that. Can't try to establish a run now. It's dead. Like, just put it in Five's hands. But ultimately, you don't think the Eagles knew that we were going to put it in Five's hands? We were down a gajillion points. So they started to apply pressure and it worked. So to the tune of 55-23. Wild stuff. Shadow Striker 789. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Shadow Striker 789 writes, man, Lou, trying to keep my eyes dry writing this. Uh-oh. Here we go. Can't remember the last time I was this distraught. Even Five was damn near in tears. The vets let the rookie down. This is why we need to draft a running back. The fumblers can go. I heard, so I think I read John Com or somebody was like, yo, his eyes was welling up. He was, pretty emotional. And then they like gave me a quote from him. And I was like, well, I can't wait to watch what it looks like. And I seen little, seen excerpts about what was said, but I hope they don't blank it out, because he said the word, "This shit sucks," and he apologized for cursing. So I hope I just get to see it, but they probably blank it out, which is fine. I know what he said, but and in that they said he was, but I gotta watch what I believe, because all of it might not be true. So, but I said that at the top of the show. The rest of the team let JD5 down. Other rookies, veterans, etc. He came to play, they didn't, and it ended up being 55-23. I mean, what are you gonna do? 3 fumbles. The quarterback did have an interception at the end, but he was doing everything in his power to give us a chance, and others weren't doing it. So pretty tough to stomach. Major Enlightenment. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Major Enlightenment. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, "This loss stung really bad, but I know for a fact there's so much more in store for this franchise. That's my QB, JD for life." Yeah, this one. I mean, because again, I've said this 50 times tonight. We were 60 minutes away from the Super Bowl, and that's the part that's like, oh, how, why, no, but it happened, and so you got to deal with it. But trust and believe that additions will be made. And those additions are going to help us close the gap on teams like Philadelphia, where there's just this tremendous talent discrepancy. We're going to close that gap slowly but surely. I don't expect it to happen in one offseason, but Jaden Daniels' talent is so great that if you close that gap a bit, his talent will do the rest. It will supplement the rest of that gap. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm at with that. Art by Rapid. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, "Louie, love you, bro. I stand on 100 with what you say. I appreciate you. This wasn't house money. As much as fans want to, comfort themselves by saying, hey, we were playing with house money. Nah, this wasn't house money. We were in the NFC Championship game. Ain't no house money. This wasn't house money. They had to deal with us, and they dealt with us. Gotta give them credit. Disappointed, but I'm not deterred, and the end game has not changed. Leno Ryan Benvenite, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Excuse me. Who writes, "Gutted, Lou, but taking it high head Kansas City fan in Super Bowl. We all are Kansas City Chiefs fans. Without question. Without question." Jamal Hamlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jamal Hamlin writes, "Lou, great season. Reset and do it again. We got 5 and the bank. We got a ton of money. We got a ton of money. We got a ton of money." Yeah, and we got 5 on it. And speaking of 5 on it, I owe my guy, Big Money Sonny, the remix. So let me go ahead and give him that. I'm gonna give him that. And I'm gonna give some shout outs to some people that donated to the stream, the watch party. But let me give him his his rendition, the remix of I Got Five on It. Let me take a drink, man. One of the few dudes that showed up today to give us a shot was Jaden Daniels. I got 5 on it. Got a QB we can keep. I got 5 on it. There go Terry running deep. I got 5 on it. He stay avoiding all those sacks. I got 5 on it. Don't you wish he was your quarterback? That's for you, Big Money Sonny. Let me give a shout out to Paris Pearson, my guy Swaggy P. Hey, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate you coming all the way from North Carolina to kick it with me at the watch party. My guy. Marie Loves, thank you for your generosity supporting the watch party. My guy Swaggy P was in attendance and he still also donated. So he was in person and in spirit all at the same time. Ubiquitous is what we call that. Being ubiquitous. Marie, thank you for your generosity. Thank you for helping the watch party. Can't thank you enough for your support. Big shout outs to both of you. We got one more, and that's my guy, Robert Umo. That's your second time getting some love. Big shout out to Robert Umo. Thank you for supporting the watch party. Really appreciate you. Robert Umo and I win. That's what we used to say when we played Uno. Uno and I win. That was the way we used to do it in the islands. Big shout out to Robert Umo. We're going to do it again next year, and we're going to be better. We're going to be better because of this season. We hate the outcome, but just like I talked about that 3-game losing streak being like a necessary evil, and it's strengthening this team. Losing right here for the guys that are going to be around and going to be a part of this moving forward, they're going to remember this. They're going to store it away, and they're going to remember this feeling. And I'm pretty sure DQ told them, hey, remember this feeling. Like, embrace this. I know DQ, and I know the psyche of DQ and how he's going to try to, flip this into a positive. Remember this feeling. Remember how you feel right now and know that you never want to feel this again. I bet any amount of money that's what he told them. Some version of that in the locker room. I would bet every single penny I have that's some form of that came out of his mouth. Remember this feeling. Remember how you feel right now. And work your ass off, bust your ass to never feel this feeling again. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Chris writes, we accomplished all this in year 1. We have a standard to live up to now. And this is, I'm dying to see what this team does next year with expectations and a standard. The commander standard has been set. The expectations will be great. I'm dying to see how they interact with those expectations. Do they crumble under the pressure of those expectations as past teams did? Or do they rise to the level of those expectations and exceed them? Can't wait to see what that looks like. He says we have a standard to live up to now. JD5 is going to be a selling point for other players to want to come play here. And DQ has clout around the league. I trust the whole the whole operation top down. Yeah, I agree with the whole JD5, attracting guys and recruiting talent. I don't disagree with that one bit at all. I don't know about DQ having clout around the league, but I just think that the upward trajectory of this team and the direction they're heading in, it's going to make guys want to come here. It's no different than dudes wanting to go to play with Miami with LeBron and Wade and D-Bosh, or not D-Bosh, Chris Bosh. And I think it's going to be very similar here. Like, yo, I got a chance to win a ring. One of them ones at quarterback. Let's do it. I can see us having a positive effect there, but as I told you before, I ain't there yet, man. I wish I was, but I ain't there yet. Cold Pillows, thank you for the super sticker. Greatly appreciate you. Cold Pillows, thank you for the super sticker. Broke Hamster, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, how much culpability does Wagner hold for the 30th in Run D? Great leader, but slow. I can't put a lot of that on him. Like, is he what he was once before? No. But ultimately, I think some of that is scheme because he stayed after for a while. I felt like there were so many light boxes, so many times where it felt like we put too much pressure on Wagner to stop a run by himself. Teams spread us out, and it felt like the boxes were extremely light, and we don't have guys that stand. Like Dante Fowler Jr. doesn't stand up against the run. His job is to knife in the backfield and create havoc at the handoff. We've seen him do it, like the Carolina game where he 4th and 1, he knifes in the backfield and gets a 2-yard loss, tackle for loss, and like that's Dante Fowler Jr. But if you just put a tight end on Dante Fowler Jr. or you get an offensive lineman, like he's not gonna set a physical edge. And Cleveland Farrell can set a physical edge, but he ain't athletic enough to make something happen after he sets the physical edge. There were a couple of plays today where we got good penetration or you collapse in a pocket. Saquon still gets free for 8. Saquon still breaks a couple tackles and it's a gain of 14, or Hurts still got the ball off. And you're like, just sack him, and he throws the ball away. Like, just sack him already. So, how much culpability? I can't put too much on his lap. We knew what we were getting when we signed him. We knew Bobby was in the twilight of his career, but yet he still made All-Pro. He still was a Pro Bowler, I believe, but All-Pro for sure. Like, respect what he does, but understand he is what he is. I'll ride with Bobby. I'm going to ride with Bobby. So you can write what you want to write. You can say what you want to say, but is he the Bobby Wagner that he was in Seattle? No, but he's still plenty good. G Moore, baby. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. G Moore, baby. Right. Bro, I feel today almost like I did in 1986 when we lost to the Giants in the NFC Championship. But what do we do next year? Well, it's funny because somebody had brought up, hey, when was the last time 2 NFC teams played in the championship game? I brought up 83, but you brought up 86, and somebody else had brought up 86, and I went back and looked, and I was like, oh, yeah, we did play the Giants. I forgot all about. I don't know how I forgot about that. And the next year, we won the Super Bowl with Doug Williams. So maybe next year we'll win the Super Bowl with Doug Williams. Food for thought. You do the dishes. Highly unlikely, but why not? Why not us? Why not us? History repeats itself, so it ain't the Giants. Insert Eagles in the Giants space. Now, the Giants won the Super Bowl that year against the Broncos. I don't want The Eagles win the Super Bowl. So don't put the Eagles in that space, as a matter of fact. I'm petty. Yeah, I'm petty. And I ain't afraid to say I'm petty. Leno Ryan Benvenite, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Win or lose, thanks for the great shows and content, Lou. Gonna let this loss soak in, then reflect and look towards the draft. Hail on squad. God bless. Yeah, you gotta let this one kind of just sink in. You gotta kind of process it all and go from there. Like, I need 2 weeks. I ain't gonna front. Like, I'm gonna kick it with the Commanders Kings this week. On Tuesday, we're gonna have our pity party. I'll probably get with the Super Friends. Probably not this week, but next week, heading into the Super Bowl. But I'll be all over the place. Do my Commanders Nightly News, final episode, day after, all that stuff, podcast. I ain't trying to have no draft conversations or none of that shit. So, I ain't got no choice though. I don't even talk about that shit right now, but I don't have no choice. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Right. I think the coaches are going to want to stay here and build on what we have going and culture and team-wise. AP should have some good players to choose from in free agency or trade for. We saw his first draft, let him cook again. And we saw his first draft. We know his track record. And that's why I don't think we're going to see another trade with him in terms of acquiring a player. I think the trade is going to be trading back and acquiring more picks so that you can get a higher volume of selections in the upcoming 2025 NFL draft. I think we went into this process with the standard allotment of 7. So trading back makes a ton of sense. I could see him ending up with like 9, 10 picks when it's all said and done. But we'll see. All right. We'll see. I know he's gonna cook. That's why I'm not concerned about none of that. I know he's going. Lance Newmark back. I already know those dudes is gonna do wonders for this team. So not tripping in the slightest. Infamous 2K. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Infamous 2K writes, Cam Robinson is an unrestricted free agent. And he did a solid job for Minnesota when they traded for him, but I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, he's an upgrade over Brandon Coleman. But is that what I'm looking for? Nah. Red Wing 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, they should entertain offers for our DTs, but word of warning, they need a good rotation. They shouldn't spend a high pick on one. And this free agency class is very thin, like Osa Digizua is one of the best ones, and he was in Dallas with them. So maybe he's a guy that they like and want to fit into this mix. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Never know. They love collecting Cowboy. I think you have to listen. If somebody is offering anything for the defensive tackles, I think you have to listen. I think it's only right that you give it its proper, due. You got to do your due diligence. If you can get 2 mid-round picks or a day 2 pick for one of those, you got to take it, right? As long as it's not crazy. I mean, at the end of the day, we have more money tied up on the defensive line than any position. And it can't stay that way. So we'll see. Alexander Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Alexander writes, you guys had a great year, and I'm definitely proud to have to go through the Commanders en route to the big dance. See you next year. You guys have had a tremendous year too. And it's not over yet. And see what you do in the Super Bowl. But Eagles fans like you, I respect, and I hope you lose by 30. But big ups to you, man. Big ups to you. Again, a lot of Eagles fans have been trying to troll, and you're like, bro, I told you. It was a dude at the watch party. He was an Eagles fan. I was talking so much shit to him before the game started. Then he came back, like he left. He worked at the watch party. He left probably like in the third quarter and came back like into the first quarter in the Bills-Chiefs game. And I'm sitting there just watching the Chiefs-Bills game. Got my Scully still on, right? Looking sad, though. And he looked at me. He was like, he looked at me with this look of disgust on his face. And I couldn't even say nothing to him. And he just was like, y'all ran out of gas. I was like, yeah. I mean, what else was I was going to say? The beauty is, I think Eagles, Commanders, you saw the bad blood during the game. You saw the chippiness. I think, and I said this before the game started, I said, I don't think the Eagles and Commanders actually like each other. You know how there's, like, of course, guys are going to swap jerseys. There's a brotherhood, all that. I'm just talking about when, excuse me, when the ball is live and it's snapped, I don't think these teams like each other. I don't think these dudes, like, it's certain guys that'll swap jerseys, but I think there's real animosity between the two teams because Philly feels threatened and they know we coming, but at the same time, they got what we want and they're not losing. So Infamous 2K. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? We got to stop sending supers. Hashtag let my man Louie sleep. Hey, I'm probably not going to go to sleep after this. I mean, I am, but he gave up 55 points. You know what I'm going to do after I get off this stream? I'm going to go watch the press conferences. I'm a glutton for punishment. I soaked up all that Commanders content, and I'm going to be running from it this week. I don't want none of it. I just want to kind of be isolated in my own little bubble, just kind of decompressing from it all and just, okay, all right, yep. Like, I know we had a great season, but I don't want anybody's backhanded compliments. I don't want your, oh, man, you know, what a great season for Jaden Daniels and this Commanders team. They overachieved. I don't want to hear none of that shit. I'm not looking for that. That ain't, like, once we got to this point, I don't want to hear that shit. I just let me be, you know? Just let me figure this shit out. So that's the next step. Like, I'm going through the process. I'm going through the stages of grief right now. Just let me figure this shit out. Let me be. Let me be. Sleep ain't gonna help me. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow hoping that this was a dream and realize, no, bro, you gave up 55. So, Tizzy Bang, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes. Hassan Reddick, Josh Sweat, Chase Young, Azeez Ojulari, Joseph Osai. Only edges worth a look, in my opinion. Would you take back the Lattimore trade? No, because we don't know what Lattimore is going to be next year. This year, did he give us what we were looking for? No, he didn't. But that doesn't mean next year he won't be a lockdown corner. We don't know that. We don't know with a full off season, fully healthy. We don't know exactly what he's going to be. Right now, is he no? Is it worth it? No. No. But again, this wasn't a 1-year rental. We got him under contract again. So I wanted Hassan Reddick when he was holding out. I would take him. The Eagles aren't letting Josh Sweat leave. I don't think, at least. I like him too, but not as much as I like Hassan Reddick. We'll get into all of the positions and what makes sense for the Commanders. I hate that we having these conversations. I'm gonna be honest with you. I hate that we having these conversations right now about the draft and the free agency, and not necessarily the draft, but free agency for sure. But that's the last super chat. Let me give a shout out to Bet US for sponsoring the stream. Head over to Bet US, use the promo code YouTube150 to get you 150% sign up bonus on your first deposit up to $2,000 and 125% deposit on your, or 125% on your next 2 deposits up to $2,000 when you use the promo code YouTube150. Hell of a season, as a lot of you have outlined. Hell of a season. Did not end the way that we wanted it to, but it doesn't take away from what the impact this first season had. We'll talk more about that tomorrow and the day after. You know, you have a chance to kind of let all of this breathe and take it in. But my uncle is a Chiefs fan, and I started to text him. Me and my uncle are pretty close. And I started to text him, see you in the Super Bowl. And I didn't. I should have. Maybe we would have won, but I didn't. Yet again, Mahomes does it again. They're in the Super Bowl again. And here we are going home. Doesn't seem fair, but then again, who had us going to the Super Bowl? The NFC Championship game. So I wasn't ready for this to be over yet. What a ride it was. $55 still doesn't seem real. Like, that's not who we are. That's not a good representation of who we are, but it's what we put out there. It's what we put out there. Anyway, I digress. You guys get out of here. What a season. What a ride. Celebrate. We just watched one of the most improbable seasons in Washington Commanders history. Redskins, football team, whatever. Who saw that year coming? Not me. I didn't. Boy, was it fun, though, to live it, relive it, bask in it. See, you know, as a parent, nothing makes you more proud than watching your kids succeed. For me, being sort of an OG Commanders content creator, it was so much fun watching a lot of the younger fans who hadn't experienced any winning experience this. Now, myself, I need more winning too. Like, you know, as much as I like to try to sun them and be like, yeah, you don't know what it was like. Shit, I don't know what it was like. I want some of this shit too. I want some Super Bowls. You know, I was at the barbershop. Let me tell you this story and then I'm gonna get out of here. I was at the barbershop getting my cut or whatever. And I had on my beanie because I told you I don't go nowhere without it. So it was another dude sitting in the chair. He had all his Redskin shit on. He had a Redskin sweater. The shit was dope. He had on some shoes and he had the whole 9 yards. Right? He was ready. He wanted you to know he was ready for Sunday. I just had my little beanie on. I wasn't tripping. And obviously he saw my beanie. I saw his sweater, and we knew, okay, what we out here for. And the dude that cuts hair at the chair next to my barber, he's a Commanders fan too. I didn't know it at the time, but my barber, obviously he knew. And I was telling him, bro, if we win this Super Bowl, I'm going to this goddamn parade. There ain't shit you could tell me. You could tell me every fan has COVID in the parade. And I guess my ass gonna have COVID too, because I'm gonna be right in that bitch celebrating. I was ready, bro. I let myself get to that point. We laughed and we talked about what that parade would be like. Guess there's next year, huh? Guess there's next year. Anyway, I'm your man, Louie T. Thanks for making this season one hell of a ride, guys. This doesn't happen without you. We fell short. But it doesn't change what we accomplished this year. It doesn't change. Remember, I talked about Flip. I always use Flip as my example. They can't change what we were. they can't change what we were. They can't change what we were. They can't change what this season was for us. 55 points in the championship game doesn't define what this season was for us. This season changed everything. Got a hell of an offseason to look forward to. But we got some unfinished business. We got to first make sure the Eagles don't win a goddamn thing. They win the Super Bowl and we'll never hear the end of it. They lose, yeah, they can make fun of us, but they still got one Super Bowl. So, go Kansas City Chiefs. No bigger fan than Commanders fans right now. Go Kansas City Chiefs. I digress. Y'all get out of here. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Cheers to a great season. It fell just short of a trip to the Super Bowl, but a season that none of us expected nonetheless. Hell of a start to what we think is going to be a tremendous run here in Washington. AP, go get us some football players and surround JD5 with talent so he can go bring us a Lombardi. Cheers. I'll see you guys next time. Until then, you guys take care. Have a good one. God bless. And good night.